Hello, and welcome back to our series of special podcasts from the World Conference of Screenwriters. My name is Jennifer Davidson. I am the chair of the Writers Guild of Ireland, and in 2024 we were delighted to host the World Conference of Screenwriters, an international gathering of writers and writers' guilds who came together in Galway to discuss our craft and our livelihoods with members of the International Affiliation of Writers' Guilds and the Federation of Screenwriters in Europe. We are delighted to partner with Film Ireland to bring you these recordings from the conference. On day 2 of the World Conference of Screenwriters, our first panel looked at globalising screen industries, balancing inward production and domestic screenwriting talent. This panel delves into the dynamics of globalised screen production and the implications for screenwriters worldwide. As the influx of inward production persists, often sidelining domestic writing talent, we examine the risks inherent in developing an industry that is heavily reliant on external service productions and share strategies to encourage more domestic projects.
In front of you have a selection of people who are very excited to talk to you about globalising screen industries. We're going to be discussing how the dynamics of globalised production have impacted local screenwriters worldwide. As the influx of inward production persists, it's increasingly having the negative impact of sidelining domestic writing talent. In this session, we're going to examine the current climate in our territories and discuss the challenges, attempt to find the opportunities, and talk about global solidarity and the solutions that you can all bring to the table in this conversation. So, my name is Alice Sherman. I'm the Executive Director of the New Zealand Writers Guild. Yeah, hey! Here we have Rachel. Rachel Kilfeather has written over 100 hours of produced television. She was the lead writer and co-executive producer on season 3 of Vikings Valhalla for Netflix. And then we have Bruce Smith, who is a showrunner and the president of the Writers Guild of Canada. Next, we've got Leslie Gannon. She is the Deputy General Secretary of the Writers Guild of Great Britain. And down the end, we have Gabor Krigler, and he's a writer and founder of the company Joyrider, and is the Head of Studies for series-related programs at the Midpoint Institute. Welcome. So let's first talk about what's happening around the globe. We're all from fairly different territories. The similarity is we have a lot of English language programming in our countries. So I'm going to start with you, Gabor, down the end. What's happening in your market locally and with international productions coming in?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much the odd one out because I'm coming from a non-English language territory, and there's a lot of service work being done in Hungary right now, and in the whole Central European region. I think it's still because of the tax breaks and the cheap local talent, we're still a target market for big American, UK and other kind of English language productions, from the fairly big ones like the big budget shows and films to down to the art house movies. They're being produced in high volume in our territories. It doesn't really affect the local writing talent, obviously, because they are much more interested in the technical skills rather than the creative skills. So if anything, it has a negative impact on the local industries, in a sense that even though, just in Hungary, I think the film industry, led by these big service productions, constitutes 9% of the GDP or something like that, so it's vast. Yeah. But again, in terms of the creative talent, we don't really feel that much of that. I am personally very lucky because in the last year I have been actually approached by 4 productions that are to be shot in Hungary, and they have some sort of connection to the Hungarian culture. They are set in Hungary and they feature some Hungarian characters, so they needed a Hungarian writer to come on board. But that's very, very rare. Most of the time they just come for the technical industry.
Thank you. Just for clarification, when we talk about service production, I think most of you in the room will know what that means. But for our industries, it means international productions that are not funded or are domesticated in our territories, coming to our countries, utilising our crews and our infrastructure, studios, for example, and essentially harvesting the local landscape that we use to create production in our territories. Leslie, what's happening in the UK?
It's a really mixed bag in the UK. It's different across film to TV, and it's different depending on which of the nations that make up the United Kingdom that you're in. So the situation in Wales or Scotland has been pretty bleak recently. In some areas of television, as we heard yesterday, in soaps or continuing drama, we've lost a lot of those recently. We've got a lot of writers out of work. In other areas, we've got some writers who are doing really well. They're getting lots of big shows. Often we hear that it's a small group of writers are getting a lot of work, while there's a lot of writers who aren't getting any work. We've had a huge drop in investment, and in independent UK cinema film has just been really disastrous. And the words "try to survive to 25" is what a lot of people have been saying, because we've suddenly had a change of government. We're hoping that that's going to be a more favourable situation for us, but we've also had some new developments, which we'll talk about in a bit, that we think might start to make a difference. So we've got pockets of success, and I think it would be unfair not to mention those. Some of those are homegrown, some of it is more service, but the landscape is feeling sparse. We are feeling that contraction right the way across the board.
Thank you. Bruce, let's talk about Canada.
Canada is... The industry is largely a service industry. We have very robust tax credits across most of our provinces, and most of the service production is American. Almost all Star Trek shoots in Toronto, for example. In terms of the domestic industry, there's a long-standing history of the broadcasters being forced to contribute to a fund that can only be spent on what's called 10 of 10 point Canadian productions. And that's very much in jeopardy at the moment. Partly the broadcasters are being replaced by streamers, and so that revenue pot is shrinking, and also the requirement that all 10 points be Canadian is in question, and if it were to be replaced, then a show like Star Trek would count as Canadian content. There is at the moment a very heated battle with the streamers, who are under law being forced to contribute for the first time. They basically don't produce in Canada. They have some front offices, but they don't produce anything, and they take billions out in service fees. And so a 5% contribution is being required of them, and within the last few days, Netflix, which was funding a ton of development programs in Canada, pulled all its funding on no notice and basically killed all those programs in a bit of hardball. So the battle's on for us.
Thank you. Let's talk about Ireland, Rachel.
Things have been pretty good in Ireland so far as a result of this. I mean, domestically we have some good shows, and our Irish broadcaster, they're doing co-productions with the Brits and the Europeans. With regards to the international shows, I mean, I was trapped in soap. I couldn't get a break, and it was thanks to a Netflix show with an Irish production company, and that Irish production company really pushed for Irish writers on every season, Irish directors. So, and there are other big international shows like Bad Sisters, Small Town Big Story, and Botkin, who come over, and some of them used all Irish writers, all Irish directors, and some used partly. And I think we're in a good position because with Screen Ireland and the BAI, if you want that money, and a lot of the streamers do want to get the free money from the country, you have to tick certain boxes, and one of those boxes are you're more likely to get it if it's Irish writers, Irish talent, and it's culturally relevant. So we also though now are slowly getting bigger companies or bigger productions coming in who aren't using anybody, they're just using the crews, like Foundation and Wednesday. On the good side is you've got like Limerick, Choice Studios. I mean, a film school in Limerick, a lot of those students got their break, they got to get skilled up. But I mean, I think the golden age will probably come to an end soon. All good things too.
on that note. So in New Zealand, a very similar story. We operate in an environment where we compete with our rebate or our incentives for international productions to come and film in our country. What has happened is our rebate also includes a New Zealand portion. They've recently reduced the cap so New Zealand productions can access it. Unfortunately, the international productions coming to New Zealand have utilised all of our studio and all of our crews, and it has made it incredibly difficult for domestic production, once they do get funded, to even shoot in our territory, to the point that some of our local drama series are being shot in warehouses in suburban Auckland. So we're grateful for the internationals coming in. However, our domestic market is really depressed by the international presence. So we're here to talk about what we can do. But first, let's keep talking about the challenges. I know that's slightly depressing, but we've got to get through those so we can find some solutions. Some of the challenges that are facing our screenwriters within the context of the colonisation of broadcast has been about taking local IP and utilising it in different territories. We talked about that earlier. Leslie, would you talk to that?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a number of different situations where we find that our Welsh language writers are finding things very difficult at the moment, as are those who write in other languages in Scotland and Northern Ireland. And not only do they find it hard to find international audiences because of their sort of language status, but they also find it hard sometimes to find audiences and to find production within the UK. And they get caught in a circle whereby some of our public service broadcasters have quotas for the amounts of production that need to be there, and some don't. For some, simply, it's a quota to be outside of England, and that often just means outside of London, and very little production gets through. When it does, it doesn't last for very long. So it's very hard to build the industry in those areas, because one year there might be several productions taking place there, and then they can all go straight away. So it's very hard to build that infrastructure, but also just to build the awareness that when people talk about the UK industry, they're not just talking about England. And that's a really important issue for us to be aware of, as well as our place in the global market.
It's similar to the UK-Europe dynamic, which I won't go into. I don't feel equipped to go there. Bruce, we've talked about the Canadian market, and you have talked about incentives for your regions and the ghettoisation of the different areas within Canada. Can you talk a bit about that?
Sure. Our tax credits are based on provinces, and really Canada is a place that was originally different colonies, and the regional identities are stronger than the national identities. And the film industry is set up with the regions competing against each other. And that's been very successful, but that's also very service industry based. And one of the results of it is, so in Canada, the producers keep the copyright if it's a Canadian project. I, as a Canadian writer, don't hand over the copyright. I simply license the production of a production from it. And that has kept foreign producers from wanting to produce Canadian content in Canada. So it's almost a self-sufficient industry. When the strike happened of the WGA, that shut down all our service production, and we would have lost basically all our crews. So in BC, Vancouver is a real hub of shooting American projects, but nothing is written there. And during the strike, the only thing that kept us from losing our crews was there were 2 Canadian domestic shows that shot. And the danger is, in a lot of ways, our domestic industry is pitted against the service industry, and we're not really in competition. That's an industrial subsidy that creates a lot of jobs, but it's completely out of our country's control. And when the dollar goes up or there's a strike, all that work disappears. And the only thing that keeps everybody employed is this tiny little domestic industry that is fragile and underwork. And unfortunately, our interprovincial trade barriers ghettoize our writers, but the Toronto writers, which is our equivalent to LA, basically we're able to keep the industry alive. And I don't know if that's going to happen again unless we're able to make the industrial arguments. We're facing conservative governments coming in that have very little interest in us as culture, but do have interest in us as, if there hadn't been those 2 Canadian shows, if those scripts hadn't been ready, we would have lost those crews and they wouldn't have come back. And those are hundreds of jobs that are kept alive by keeping a couple of writers. I mean, it's pennies on the dollar. And I think all of us guilds need to start thinking about this kind of language to defend ourselves. The cultural language is very important, but so is the domestic industry is the only thing you control as a country, as an industry yourselves. And if you let it be completely washed away by all the work Netflix is bringing in for your crews, Netflix is going to pack up and leave someday. They've done it before. They will do it again. They just did it in Canada to their training programs. So,
Yeah.
One of the other challenges that I think is coming is there was a creator producer that we were talking to recently who said that because the WGA gave such a great deal for their writers, there is more of an incentive for certain shows that were going to be American to farm them out and do them abroad, which means that, as she said, which I thought was a wonderful quote, Europe's about to become Hollywood's sweatshop. And I mean, we have to be prepared for the fact that while initially it may seem great that certain shows that would have been made in the States are now going to be possibly made in Ireland, and maybe they will use Irish writers, and maybe they're not going to be paying us, and we still haven't worked out, like, over across Europe. I mean, you listen to how much people are being paid in certain countries, and it's horrifying. You know what I mean? And it's not remotely comparable to the money that they're making in the States. Even though if you're working for a streamer, you know, it's not Amazon UK. It's Amazon. You know what I mean? It's the internet. It's going to be everywhere. But if you're not living in America, you're not going to be getting the good money.
That's a really interesting point, and I think all of us as nations face that issue of America is, for a lot of us smaller territories, the great hope in the sky. We might get deals like them, we might get buyouts like them, we might get fees like them, but they do come to the smaller territories, and it's on us as guilds to ensure we're protecting our patches, our writers, and ensuring that they're not taking deals that are exploiting themselves and creating a gap in the market for the streamers to come in and exploit that. So that is a really important point. You talked a bit about, in your territory, they're not using the domestic, they're not using your local writers, they're doing exactly what's happening in New Zealand and using your country as a service industry. Can you talk a little bit more about that, explain that a little bit more for the people who may not experience that?
Like, do you mean in terms of what possibilities are there for writers now? Or?
Yeah.
I mean, really none. Like if I talk about Hungary, especially, it is really a wasteland. So unless you are prepared to cozy up to the current government, if you're ideologically inclined to do that, and you kind of, or you kind of hold your nose and just do work for them, then you're handsomely paid. That's the thing. So that's an option for someone who doesn't really have principles, I guess. And in terms of, like, I know that in Poland the situation is much better. Obviously, it's a huge market. In Czech, it's getting very good in terms of, like, the public broadcaster actually engages writers. The commercial channels engage writers. They put money into training writers. In Romania, maybe it is getting somewhat better. I'm looking at okay. So in the region, by and large, it is pretty difficult for a writer. We have with the Midpoint Institute, we have just done this non-representative kind of survey. We asked our alumni, a couple of hundreds of people, who mostly from the CE and Baltic areas, whether they can make a living just doing writing, and the vast majority of the responses was no. Like they need to do, like, side hustles. Some of the, again, like the more lucky ones, like I am, we can still make a living doing adjacent stuff, like if not writing, then like teaching, mentoring, co-producing, story editing, some service gigs. So you can still stay within the industry. But you need to do other stuff as well to make a living.
I think the training issue is another really huge challenge. For a long time in the UK, it was the public service broadcasters. You could rely on them to be able to be putting on training schemes, developing writers, also providing them through certain types of perhaps lower budget shows that they could get their first opportunities. A lot of those shows have gone to be replaced by unscripted because it's less expensive to make. Those opportunities have gone. The BBC and others have had significant reductions in funding, which means that their training programmes aren't there. And that's left a gap for the UK-based streamers have stepped into the training space, but the training and the ways of working and the ways of operating are often not those that are more familiar. So it is all around one particular type of model, certain types of stories, not always the same opportunities for those regional voices to come through because it's more with an eye to a global market. And so with the training opportunities going, not only are fewer writers getting an opportunity to write, the background of those writers, it's affecting because it tends to be the wealthiest. We found that people from different ethnic backgrounds finding it harder, people from certain socioeconomic backgrounds finding it much harder. But also, the jobs in training are going. So it's making it much harder to have those side hustles if you're from certain backgrounds. And we're really concerned that the overall demographic profile of screenwriters, it was never great. But many of the gains that we had are starting to fall away. Since COVID, that profile's really dropped off.
That really speaks to what was spoken about on the soap panel yesterday, the reduction in nights that the soaps are on, the reduction in hours on screen, the reduction in budgets. And a lot of that has to do with the ad revenue that the broadcasters, there's a massive global reduction in ad revenue. And in territories like ours in New Zealand, it's in the millions of dollars, which means investment in domestic development and content is dropping as well. Rachel, we talked yesterday about the cultural tests that Ireland has for creation of work. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I mean, we're lucky, and I'm sure the Guild were involved in it. You mean with Screen Ireland and the BAI, that if you are looking for the Irish money, you do get points for ticking certain boxes, and some of those boxes are that you have Irish talent, that you have Irish writers, directors, and that it's culturally relevant. So I feel like we're possibly more I'm sure we could. I mean, there is Section 481 where if you come for the tax break, you have to have a trainee. I think it is in every department, but there's no writer trainee. That's not a thing. So, but I think in general we're probably more protected than some other countries in that sense that it has to have a real Irish flair. An Irish talent.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Bruce, in Canada, are there points for Canadian writers on productions utilising your incentives?
Yes, for domestic production to access that fund. And I should say Canada is 2 markets, 2 guilds. SARTIC is here representing Quebec. So in the English market, we have almost no feature industry in terms of a commercially viable feature industry. We have a purely subsidized industry. The work is in animation, it's in television, both serialized and long form. And like everywhere, it's being shrunk. Currently, to access what's called the Canadian Media Fund, the CMF, you need to be 10 of 10. That means the writer and the director basically have to be from Canada. But to do service production, you only need to be 6 of 10. And service production has been very successful, so it's really easy to find directors who are Canadian, who are more than competent enough to work. So what you really don't need, and this has changed since when I came into the industry, is writers. Writers are the ones who aren't needed. The Conservative government is about to come in, and they have loudly vowed to end our national broadcaster and have professed no interest in Canadian cultural content. Luckily for us, they can't make that argument in Quebec. That argument is not viable in Quebec, and so they have committed to continue to fund the French national broadcaster, Radio-Canada. And so the battle is on for how they're going to replace that funding in English. And it's a real question about whether writers will be part of it. The other thing I want to follow up on is the degrading of training. This is a real issue for us. In live action, we have come through our last collective bargaining and managed to get a minimal version of what the WA got, of a minimum staffing, basically only focused on making sure that writers are getting access to set, not just the showrunner, that you learn what production is, because as the soap panel put so valuably, you get that in soaps. And more in television, you don't. And we're robbing ourselves of our future generations who understand the full dimension of their craft. So that's what we're fighting for.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I just quickly add, that is the other thing. I mean, Ireland is famous for, I don't want to brag, but we have some of the best crews in the world, which sounds great, but actually no, it's not so good, because we've heard that a lot of American productions are going to start coming over here and using the service industry, and that's good. And also the problem is, if you come over with a cool show like Wednesday, people are going to want to be on it, kind of thing. So we could be in danger of getting into a situation where you've got a domestic drama that you want to make and you just can't get the crews, and that is a big problem.
That's exactly what we're facing in New Zealand. We've got Wrecking Crew, we've got, oh God, an endless number of big productions that are using our studios. Like I say, we have productions filming out of warehouses. Yeah. Gabor, talk a little bit about training. You are a tutor. What are you seeing? Is there support in your territory for training of screenwriters? What are you seeing?
I mean, there are these independent and, Midpoint Institute is not commercially driven. It's part of the Prague Film University, so it's a non-profit organization, but there are a number of like profit-driven initiatives, which are quite good as well. So I think, and most of them actually have like these grants for underprivileged people. So, and Midpoint Institute, I think it's like super cheap as well, and you can get grants as well. So I think in terms of training, that can be a good thing, and we actually put a lot of effort into training everything, so not just like the craft of writing, but across the board, like trying to empower the writers and the producers who apply with all the skills to actually kind of like see through the entire process from a creative and financial and marketing and all those points of view. So that's the thing. I mean, I am very good friends with the head of studies at another program, and she's a little bit like jaded and kind of like frustrated sometimes, like why are we even training people? Because there are so few opportunities, and like we do these programs, and the ratio of the development to actual production ratio is pretty low. I would say like 10-1. But again, like even for big companies, I think that's pretty much like the ratio, or even worse. So I am actually quite optimistic about it, and I'm Hungarian, so optimism is not in my genes. So it's not an easy thing for me to muster, but when I do the training, when I do all these training courses, I am actually, I'm feeling positive about making an impact for future generations. So yeah, who knows what's going to happen to them, or how they will, what sort of environment they will have to fare. But I do think that we need to invest in these things.
Thank you. Leslie, following on from that conversation, you talked a little bit about the different voices that are not rising to the surface because of those barriers to access like there were before. I'm interested, are there content quotas in the UK?
In terms of languages?
In terms of languages, yeah.
There are, as I mentioned before, with the public broadcasters, there are, and there's some amounts of funding that's earmarked for some of those languages, but it's not enough. It's not enough to develop the content. It means it's a lot of quite low budget content. and it means it's much harder for it to find an audience. And then what does happen, so one example would be in Wales, there might be a back-to-back production, so the same show will be done in both Welsh and in English, but in those situations, often the Welsh language writers don't do as well in the process, and they find it harder sometimes to reach the audiences. Generally, our cultural test is problematic for writers because it prioritizes the story content, the setting of the story, the nationality of the characters in the scripts, rather than the writers or the directors or the workers. And it means that the vast kind of canon of English literature, which is out of copyright, can be used to help to gain lots more points than you would get for having a crew or a writer or a director from that. So it all kind of compounds. You've got small quotas. It's harder to get the advertising revenue. It's harder to be able to guarantee any return. Therefore, you can't get that investment. And it all starts to compound so that those marginalized voices get more and more marginalized the less money there is. They're always kind of the first to get hit, whereas the big, high-budget content, which is using the people who are already relatively successful, that's not the stuff where we see the squeeze. So in film, again, out of the regions, the disparity of the way in which the funding reaches different productions in different parts of the country is massive. It also means that in our film funding, writers can't really apply for funding at all. It has to come through production. The producers want to find the writers that will attract more funding, and so again it compounds. So we've managed to create a situation where the loudest voices are always going to be heard more because we've structurally built that in a way that is excluding certain groups, and so we think we need a total recalibration of that.
Is anyone noticing a theme across our nations? The colonisation of broadcasters putting a squeeze on local voices, and the people at the lowest end, equity is beginning to emerge. We're not able to keep equity in place, which is something we've all fought hard for as guild members and as writers over the years. So let's be positive now. Let's start talking about some of the solutions that we've been working through. Rachel, Ireland is a perfect place to start. You do have some really positive stories here. Talk to me a little bit about how your guild and how potentially your government is helping to support local voices in screen.
Well, our guild are fantastic, and I mean just on getting writers involved and getting them into helping them get work and get producers. I mean, they're helping them with contracts. I mean, they're working on contracts with RTE and the broadcasters, and mentoring sessions, pitching to producers, pitching to agents, Zebby Awards, all that kind of thing. But I think it's creating a community because I believe, and it's nice to be able to say this with a bunch of writers in the room, writers are to the entertainment industry what mothers are to the human race. We're utterly essential, yet ironically very few people look on it as even a proper job. Certainly nobody thinks we should be paid. A lot of the time you're on your own. It's very isolating. You feel bad a lot of the time and you're not sure why. It can be very overwhelming. And it's because you've so much invested in this thing you're giving your life's blood to, it's very easy for people to take advantage of you and to exploit you. And what's great about community is that we get to talk to each other and we get to feel heard, and we get to remind each other that we are not fucking content creators. We are... but We are, as Alan Moore put it, we are magicians. We make magic because what we do affects change in people we've never met. We can change their world, we can change the world, and we can raise consciousness. And we need to meet up and remind each other and inspire each other that when we're not mothering, we are the sexiest thing in the world, and that it's joyous. It's joyous being a writer. It's magical, it's inspirational, and fuck it, this is great. You know what I mean? Because somebody said yesterday, Damon, the soap guy, he was, you know the way you've got a herd of sheep, a flock of seagulls, and he said, a complaint of writers, because we do give out a lot, and we have to get it out of our systems like mothers, because most of the time nobody's listening to us. Because also mothers get blamed for everything, as writers do, even when it's the director's fault, which it usually is, you know? So it's great to be able to talk and listen and inspire. And I think that's the most important thing that the Guilds can do, create that community, because that empowers us, that we're not alone. We're a big, strong, powerful group.
Just to follow up on exactly that, I think, you know, we're all facing two different threats. One, our domestic political situation and whether we can be protected and whether we can, you know, fund a non-viable commercial industry that is needed in some way to keep your own culture from just drowning, if you're an English language country, from just drowning in the relentless flow of high quality American product. But globally, there's the other issue, and this is what I want to follow up on, which is, you know, for the first time we're facing these global streamers who are openly playing us against each other. And that includes playing us against the Writers Guild of America. And we need to realize that they need us. And we need to be in communication with each other and have a consensus of what a minimum standard is. And I'll hold to it and dare them not to meet it, because they do need us. And when the Writers Guild of America went on strike, guilds all around the world stayed in unity and didn't let the streamers do that, or the studios. And I think that's foundational to our survival in a lot of ways, because they can pretend that they don't need us. And they can get their machines at the moment to put out, you know, outlines, facsimile documents. And we should not let ourselves being trapped into becoming copyright, you know, greenwashers, revisionists. We're not. We're the creators. And if they isolate us, and nobody's more prone to isolation than writers, they'll beat us. So we need each other.
Yeah, and can I just add, I think it's so important for that. That's why the Guilds connecting, because Europe is so divided. And if, for example, the French get a great deal with the streamers, there should be full transparency and everybody should get that deal. Because if we are divided, it means we're in the dark and they have the power. And we can't let that happen. You know, it's like I always say to writers, we talk about how much money we make because we need to know, because they can do that. They can kind of go, okay, we'll pay you more, but don't tell the others. We can't have that happening. There has to be full transparency.
And I think this is where we have to recognise that writers and writers' guilds aren't just part of an entertainment industry or an artistic community. We're part of a global community of workers, and that there is part of a whole industrial struggle that it's really essential that we're part of. We're really hopeful that the change in government in the UK is going to result in a wholesale re-examination of workers' rights, and that will extend to the crews, but it will also extend to writers. It means that when we're talking about intellectual property, that we are talking about rights, and that those rights should not and cannot be waived in a way that currently we have some rights, but they say you can waive them, so everyone expects you to waive them. We need to be really strong on those rights. We need to work together, but we also do need to look to the wider trade union movement and where they can help us, because the companies are aware of the nations and the states where it is impossible to collectively bargain. Where you have collective bargaining, you always have some better conditions for writers than in nations and situations where you don't have collective bargaining. And other unions and other parts of the labour movement can work together to help to deliver that for writers. writers. So it's important that we see beyond the borders of writing in order to establish that, and that we can keep talking. We can break down those transparency blockades if we keep talking to each other and we share with all of those different unions. So it would be great to have some of those international labour conferences. It would be good to see more writers present. We've been increasing our presence. One of the things we've been doing is making sure that we're speaking at our trade union congress, that we're bringing what's happening. And actually to go to the trade union congress and to see workers of all different kinds in the hall gasp in horror when they found out how little writers were being paid for some of the global shows that they were watching was really quite powerful. There was palpable shock in the room when they found out, and that you didn't keep your rights and that you didn't necessarily get lots of money afterwards. So I think we can extend on that, just as we're doing our own individual things around our cultural test. We want to really see that strengthened. We're looking at different funding mechanisms to make sure that everyone that's making money out of the work that writers create are paying back into the industries that we have. The other thing we have asked for, and that we are pushing really hard for, is a total root and branch review of how public money is invested in production across the UK, to make sure that it is more equitably shared across all of our nations and across all of our regions.
Thank you. Something to look out for and emulate in our territories. We've got to give Gabor some hope.
If you're looking for positivity, probably I'm not the best person in the room to talk to. I guess you know what these guys said.
This is a shout out for you and for the guilds in the room that are near your territory. Plead your case. Come help the guy out.
No, I mean, I know. That much I know, thank you. Workers of the World Unite was a motto in my part of the globe for a long time. It was pretty much swept off the table for the past 25 years. And I think it should be back on the table, like that sort of organization, an international organization. And I'm a big socialist at heart. And so I think that there are, even if communism didn't work out the way it was intended, I think there are a lot of merits to that sort of thought, because there are a lot of people who are getting left behind in our industry as well. And there is definitely this sort of working class writer caste or class now. And yeah, we should somehow organize. And it's really difficult in my part of the globe because, especially because it was a thing there, and it's very much looked down upon. This sort of sentiment that the solidarity, the empathy for others, just looking out for each other's rights and basically respect each other and respect other people's dignity. So I think that's a good case to be made.
Thank you. You know where he is after this session. Come and find him. Give him something to smile about. As a smaller nation in the South Pacific, we rely on the IAWG and our fellow guilds around the world to support us in our fight as well. And we have been working really hard in our territory to ensure that the rights of writers are protected and promoted. And we've worked for the last 5.5 years to introduce collective bargaining measures that we haven't had in our industry for over 25 years. We've got the legislation, we haven't yet got to bargaining, and that's another story for another day, but we're getting there, inching closer and closer. And the guilds here have supported us as a smaller nation, and I can tell you around the room, if you look to your guilds next to you, call on them for your strength. Call on them to help you, because we are collectively very, very strong. And I think sometimes when we're smaller and we don't see ourselves within our bigger, wider community, we're so far away, we know that we're part of a global network. And the globalisation of content is our next fight. And we have to do that together. We can't do it alone as individual nations. We can't keep having individual fights in our individual territories because we are leaving each other behind and we're breaking our global solidarity. We're breaking our front line. We're allowing the streamers and the platforms to win. And that's what we don't want. So, on that note, Leslie.
I was just going to say, one of the things that always shocks us that we hear in the Guild headquarters are huge palatial towers that we sit in.
Small windowless building.
Is individual writers contact us and say, I don't know if you can help me. I think this problem might be unique to my particular project. And 99 times out of 100, it is exactly the same problem that everyone else is phoning about. But there's this fear, there's always seems to be this idea that you are somehow, as the writer, in the wrong, and that this isn't a system-wide problem that needs to be addressed. We're always mindful of how often writers are scared that by coming forward to their guild, by joining their guild, that sometimes it will be held against them, that they will lose work, and so on. And I think we've got to encourage other writers to speak up, speak to their guilds and be open about what's happening, because often it will help to build those cases for change. Because whilst you're all atomised, thinking it's your individual situation, some big organisations are getting away with some really poor practices.
And to follow up on a more internal level, like I'm new as the president of my guild, but I've been a member and been involved in bargaining for decades. Our biggest weakness and our greatest strength is communicating with our own members. We fail at that at our peril. And when we can communicate with our members, even if it's only to tell them we are here, we are doing our best, here's where we are, we unify and solidify our guilds. And I've heard at the AGM and around here, often the health of the guild is how effectively it has organized its section and is communicating with its members. So that's something we can do at our own levels. And for me personally, I feel obliged to do maybe better than my guild has traditionally done.
Thank you, Bruce. All right. What do you want to know? Ask us anything. Hey, down the front. It's our friends in Australia. Yay!
Kia ora. And waramoe, everyone. Thank you for a fantastic panel. I have a question for you, Leslie, about your root and branch review of the incentives. So in our territory, we have the unfortunate circumstance, like yours, Bruce, where we have state-based incentives for inbound production and a federal fund that's been uncapped, so everyone can ask at any time for every amount of money. But our test is not points-based, our test is vibes-based, in that Thor, Love and Thunder is considered an Australian production because Chris Hemsworth is in it. I watch it, big fan of Chris, lovely bloke, but not necessarily an Australian story in any meaningful way. How do we get to that conversation where we talk about the purpose of our taxpayer money incentivising Australian stories, our territorial stories, a way of expressing ourselves to the world and to our citizens, away from this idea that it's a good thing to just subsidise the jobs of the crew?
I think for us, and I think it might actually be one of those where it's going to vary territory to territory depending on where you are politically. I think in the UK, we're in quite a difficult economic position at the moment. After 14 years of challenges. I think how this is coming about is kind of twofold. There was an understanding in one party that the money wasn't working, that everyone in that party valued the contribution that culture made, but they could see that the money wasn't delivering. and that meant there was something wrong. And I think COVID helped to expose some of that, where there was a large amount of money invested, but it all kind of went to propping up buildings, and lots of artists didn't get any money, and there was a recognition that there was that. There's also been a huge recognition that certain parts of the United Kingdom have felt very left out of the national conversation. They don't feel like they've enjoyed the same levels of investment in terms of money. They don't feel like they've been listened to. They don't feel like they're being given the opportunities to succeed. And that happened both through industrial routes, but also through our educational routes. So there were shifts in education policy, which resulted in an enormous drop in the number of students, particularly those from traditionally working class areas that had access to arts education of any kind whatsoever. So with an incoming Labour government, they recognised that needed to happen. They recognised that it's important for them to be seen to be being fair in the way in which they are dividing what still isn't probably going to be enough money. So I think they were open at that particular point in time to saying this needs to change, and we need to look at a more equitable way of doing things.
I think, as you're bringing out, the pot of money isn't infinite, and we're in a lot of places where we're trying to fight for our share of it. And the weakness of our position is we're the invisible work, and we can be asked to work for free up front, because the money doesn't start to flow till something is greenlit and it's out to cast, and now it's job creation. Well, the cost of development is tiny. It is fractional compared to production costs. So if you're in a place with no money, I think your argument has to be take 1% of that production funding and give it to your domestic writers, and it will reap rewards. That's the argument for when there is more money. I think we can all try anyway.
Jump in there, Rachel.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't relevant to the question. It's just something I wanted to say about solutions moving forward, and it would be great to leave this conference with something we can do that can be done and could actually really change things. And there are two things that have jumped out at me. One is when I've talked to other guilds, the numbers of members is surprisingly low all across the country. I think Europe or the world, apart from everybody wants to be in the WGA, of course. But I think it's really important now more than ever to do a hardcore recruitment drive and aim to get 100% of writers in every guild, because that will make us more powerful. It really, really will. And I mean, it's not that hard a thing to do. I know writers who just haven't joined the guild because they just don't think they need it right now. But I mean, the WGA could help here because they could get the big name writers and say, would you please go back to your native country, and just be the face of that guild and tell the local writers to join their guild. Or, you know what, writers will do anything for a cool writer. If Charlie Kaufman came out tomorrow and said, join your guild now, winter is coming, you need to join your guild, people would join the guild. But we need to join the guild, and it has to be a priority. It has to be a priority. And of course, when they do it, we have a fabulous party and we're all sexy and magical. Do you know what I mean? But that's the first thing. And the second thing, which is what the Germans did, and there's two things they did which I thought were absolutely brilliant, and it would be great if the guilds could unite and do this. The first thing they did was I mean, obviously there's a lot of problems, but they decided, let's not just talk about the money right now, let's make a different change. And they released a manifesto called Contract 18, was it 18? Yeah, they released a manifesto, and basically it was, this is how, as writers, we expect to be treated. And it was basic stuff, you know, consult us with regards to the director. If you're replacing a writer on the show, I want the details of the writer you're replacing so that I can contact them and find out what the hell happened there. Please, you know, invite us to the premiere, whatever, just basic things. But they were basically, all the writers signed it, and then they said, if you don't adhere to this, we're not going to work with your company. So because of that, the companies had to step up and start behaving because they didn't want to be blacklisted. It was a simple thing, but it just made people have to start being more respectful and more empathetic and realizing that, you know, writers really need to be be treated well. And the second thing they did, which was absolutely brilliant, was they created a channel on their website where you could go on the channel and say, okay, I'm about to work with producer X. Has anybody got any experience with them? And people would come on the channel and go, oh my God, nightmare. Or no, they're actually really good. And then again, the producers, which is the delicious bit, the producers got to experience what we experience all the time. Paranoia. Are they talking about me? Oh my God. And suddenly we have the power because you don't want a bad reputation and you don't want all the writers knowing you're a shitty producer. You can't cope with that. And it's hugely powerful. It's got nothing to do with money. But if we could do that and then suddenly we're in this hugely powerful position, then we can talk money. And then, things will start happening.
Rachel Kilfeather for Guild Recruitment. Okay, I have a question here and then I see you two up the back after this one. Hi.
Hi, just on possible solutions and sharing of information is relevant probably for the panel to be aware, if you aren't already, the UK has just introduced the independent film tax credit. This is for the sort of middle ground, $5 to $15 million budgets with, I think, a higher cultural qualification threshold. This was like 7 to 8 years of lobbying from guilds and industry groups. I think, in terms of positivity, that is at least giving people some new things to aim at and some new productions returning to the UK. I think, that's an example of that sort of filling that middle space between micro, local and massive inward investment. And I think just going forwards, let's make sure that everybody is aware of good models from other countries and kind of the pathways that they took to get there.
Thank you. Yeah, that sharing of information is very important. Who has the microphone between the two of you? You go.
Thanks. I have a question just about, because I'm from Denmark, and we a few years ago we had the World Conference 2 years ago, and at that time we were like in a flood of shit because we had a production stop caused by the streamers and the national broadcasters going together to say, because we actually thought that we were sexy, and we thought that they needed us, and we were like, we're so good that they can't say no to this, and they just said no. So we spent a year and a half locked out. We couldn't do anything, and we found out at that point that even though, we can talk between guilds and we can like send thoughts and prayers and all of that, but when it all comes down to it, we are utterly on our own. So I really like the idea of, and I think I talked about that like 2 years ago at the World Conference as well, like I so love the idea of us cooperating more, of us standing together more, but how do we actively do that when we're at the same time also under like 1,000 different rules and regulations and statutes and all of that? How do we create that active community that is not just someone calling us up saying like, yeah, we support you a lot, but you know what can we do? Because we can't really do anything. So what can we actively do?
Thank you. I think we've displayed that recently, actually, with the WGA and the Day of Solidarity with Screenwriters in June. We stood together. None of us broke the line from the guild territories that are signed up to the IAWG and the FSC. We stood together as screenwriters worldwide, and that is the start of us working better together. So it is making steps, and if we turn back time, we would probably create a global solidarity line with you in that territory. I don't think we did strong enough at that time. And now, on reflection, we would do so much more and better. And we are moving now to a position where, as collectives of guilds, we are doing solid things, data collection, working together, ensuring that we support each other with legislation within the territories. Like you say, we've all got different legislation. Did anyone else want to answer that?
Well, we're all at the mercy of bad governments. But I think confining ourselves to cultural arguments is not as strong to certain ears, and we need those industrial arguments. So if all screenwriters were locked out for 18 months, how many crew members lost their jobs? It's not just you. No, nothing gets shot without some paper to run it. If there's no script, nobody works. And the best thing we can do is at least make people who are putting us out of work, that they're not just putting us out of work. And it may not work. I mean, there are lots of bad governments around the world right now. But I think those arguments are essential for us to start being able to make, along with, of course, where my heart is, our cultural arguments.
Leslie?
One of the things that we've been doing, and we've been working with lots of different creator groups, so artists, photographers, across the whole sort of gamut, is trying to build within our government a recognition of the economic value of what creative people put into the nation. And we had a really good example where one of our soaps was cancelled. And what we said to government, and we were talking to MPs, and we were saying, if a car manufacturer in that region had closed with the same number of jobs that were lost as have been lost through this show, there would have been questions in Parliament. There would have been front page news stories. But somehow, because it was a television programme, it was unremarked. And we've been lobbying collectively to have what we've been calling a creative freelance commissioner as a role within government, that can start to hold the ground for the creative workforce as a whole, so that they start to be treated and seen in the same way that other working groups are, and so that legislation can be seen through the lens of the creative. Because what we find often is they'll bring in a piece of legislation and it sounds like it's going to be brilliant, and then you find out it doesn't apply to freelance creative workers, so it's useless. So we've been looking, and I hear you, it's really hard because you're up against labour law often, you're up against different types of legislation. So I think one of the ways that we can all do that is look at some of these posts, look at some of these other strategies within government, to take on some of that fight for us.
Thank you. Question over there.
Yeah, just as regards the training, I'm trying to start a local training program down in Wexford where I live, and I was just wondering, can you maybe get your take on what you think, what advice you have for someone, what makes a good training program for something like for writers, for production, that kind of thing?
Money.
Practical experience.
Practical, yeah. Being funded for enduring training, not one-off training, would probably be my first bit of advice. Anything else?
Definitely trainers, the quality of the trainers, because you want, them to actually impart knowledge from experience, not just theoretical, and try to make it as practical as possible.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
We've got time for one more question. Oh, Sarah, I'm going to come to you because I love you, but I'm going to go David first and then Sarah. But our time's up, but you've got some questions. That gent over there, and then Sarah.
Me first?
Yep.
To point out something that's incredibly obvious, but that we haven't mentioned so far, one of the key reasons why the Writers Guild of America is so powerful is because they can strike. And one of the reasons that we are so weak is because we cannot strike. And I think it's very important that guilds start to plan around the idea of how to strike and when to strike. The legislation in the European Union has changed a little bit, and it's now theoretically possible. And we need to have that power. The situation in Denmark, in industrial terms, was a lockout of the workers by the employers. The employers turned to the workers and said, we're closing you down, that's it, it's finished. If they can do that to us, we have to be able to do the same to them. And the power to strike, I think, is really, really important. It's what makes the Writers Guild of America strong. It's what hopefully in the future will make us strong.
Thank you. Good point, Sarah.
It's really more of a comment than a question.
My favourite type.
I just want to let everyone in this room know, in case they aren't aware, there is a website called writingforstreamers.com.
Writingforstreamers.com.
It is based on the set of principles that we developed, the IAWG and the FSC together, developed a set of principles that we all want to work towards. And so that's the foundation of the site. And one of the goals of it is to be able to send a message to the streamers that we all want the same thing, we're all united, this is how we're going to be working together. We hope that there will be opportunities to, we will put information up there that will be useful, but also if Denmark needs help, we can use that site to put what your specific problems are and use it as a bit more of a rallying focus. So have a look at the site, sign up to be on the mailing list, and we hope that this is going to become a tool that we can begin to work.
Writingforstreamers.com.
It sounds brilliant, yeah.
Okay. On that note, I want you all to join me in thanking our beautiful panellists today, talking about globalisation and screen content.
Our next panel at the World Conference of Screenwriters was an in-conversation with the Writers Guild of America East and the Writers Guild of America West. In this conversation, we took a deep dive into the organisation of the 2023 Writers Guild of America negotiations and strike.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here and welcome to this conversation with WGA East and West about the organisation and last year's negotiation before the strike. I will briefly introduce everyone here and then we have this conversation and then I will open the floor for questions. We have on my right, David Goodman. He's served as the WGA West as Board of Directors, Vice President and President. As President, he led the struggle to eliminate talent agency packaging fees. We will talk about this later. And in 2023, he was co-chair of the WGA negotiation committee during the Guild strike. Then on his left, there's Chris Kaiser, who has also served as president of the WGA West, co-chair of the talent agency campaign in 2017, and co-chair of the 2023 negotiating committee. Then we have Lisa Takeuchi-Cullen. She's writer, author, and journalist. She's the current WGA East president, and she also serves as the co-chair of the Committee for Inclusion and Equity. Is that right? Okay. And then on my right, there's Meredith Steam. She as well served as board of directors during 6 years before becoming president of the WGA West in 2021, and she was also co-chair of the 2017 Committee for the Talent Agency campaign. So now we know each other. Okay, I'd like to start with a little background about the foundation of the WGA. Maybe we can start with David about WGA West and then jump with Lisa for the East.
Well, the guild, the West Guild was formed. There were two concentrations of the business in the early 20th century. I'll let Lisa talk about what the concentration in the East, which was radio and TV writers. But in the West, all the big movie studios had writers under contract. And you had this enormous concentration of labor writers writing, and there was a lot of issues which you're all facing around credit. That was really the origin of the WGA West, was writers wanting to be the ones who determined who got credit on a screenplay, because back then it was the studios would have all these writers under contract. They would have the last writer sometimes would be the person who got credit, even though they may have done almost no work on it, and it was really the studio deciding. And that that struggle for the writers to have that power was really the origin of the Guild. And then it led to also compensation, residuals, getting paid for reuse of their work. But it really started with writers wanting to be able to be a group of writers wanting to be the ones to acknowledge who and determine who is the writer of the movie. And that's always our, one still, even with all the issues around compensation, they all go back to credit. And that's an enormous power that this union has earned and continues to have to fight for. I don't know if you want to.
The Writers Guild of America East represents TV and screenwriters who live east of the Mississippi River. And if that seems random to you, yes. So we started our guild about 70 years ago. I wasn't there at the time, but I am told that largely it was because the fancy screenwriters in the West didn't want us TV writers in the East. But back then, TV writing was largely done out of New York, which is also the reason why we have, since our inception, also represented television news writers. So broadcast news writers are also members of our union. And then at some point, we began to work in concert with the screenwriters in the West, where TV has migrated, as you all know. Most of it is there. So we are the smaller, scrappier sister union to our friends in the West, and we negotiate and collectively bargain together.
In both between WG East and West, you are about more than 10,000 members. So you were talking about power. How do you, Meredith, maybe you can talk, how do you educate your members about the responsibilities, about the rights? How do you manage that?
Do you mean during a strike or just in general?
In general, then we'll talk about the strike.
Well, it's mandatory to join the union once you've made a certain amount of money as a writer, television writer, screenwriter. So it's not optional. We come find you, and you sign up, and yeah. So with all of the benefits you get from the union, you do have obligations also, and there's working rules, there's dues that you pay. So it's pretty clear when you become a new member, that's all laid out for you. And then if a strike comes along, as it did last year, there's a whole other set of rules that everyone's expected to follow.
Okay, and about the strike, I'd like to define what is actually a writer's strike because when you talk about this, you imagine picketing and stop writing, but it comes with serious commitments and risk and obligation. So could you talk a little about that? What does it imply for a writer being on strike, actually?
Well, the membership, first of all, has to vote for the strike authorization. So it's not like they get drafted into a strike. They are told what's going on with the negotiations, where we are in the negotiations, and the committee, which last year Chris and David were the co-chairs of, will do all the work they can in negotiations and then recommend to the membership at deadline whether or not they believe that we're in a place where we should take the deal or we should go on strike. So a recommendation is made, but then the membership has to vote. And you take a strike authorization vote that you have about 2 weeks or so, is that right? And then somewhat, and in our case, we got a 98%, so you really know you have the support of the union, the members. And so in our case, it was sort of a no-brainer. We went on strike, and then yes, the strike rules all apply, which I'll give to Chris or David.
Well, I mean, everything Meredith said, she made it sound so easy. The education, which again, everybody on this panel was a big part of, was educating the members about the specifics about what was going on in the negotiation. And where that started was with a communication from the members of the struggles that they were facing. And this negotiation, pretty early on, became clear that it was really about what writers were getting paid. And almost every issue, every important issue was connected to that. And that once we hear the problems, staff mostly, but in concert with the writer leadership, works out what are we going to try to get out of this negotiation. It was pretty clear that the things that we needed, that our membership was in crisis across the board, that compensation was down, that we were losing protections, we were losing so much, and that this was a year that we needed to fight for more than what we usually fought for, and that we had an expectation that the companies would say, we will not give you a tenth of this. And that puts us in a position of saying to our members, if we don't get this stuff, we're probably going to have to go on strike. But the individual member is processing all this information and making their own decision about whether what they're hearing is worth it to them. Because as Meredith said, you go on a strike, you're not working. You're not going to be earning any money as a writer for as long as that strike takes, and that can be a very difficult ask. But this member, by a 98% vote, said, "This is worth it to us. What you guys are fighting for, if you need to go on strike, we back you on that." But it was a very long education process of going through all of that, getting the information from the members, figuring out solutions, bringing it back to the members, and educating them of where we were going. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to add something to that, but also maybe put it in perspective. So there are two kinds of education that go on before a strike like 2023 happens. One of them, David and Meredith talked about, which is the kind of short-term conversation that you have with members. It's really a two-way conversation about why a strike needs to happen now. Just as important, maybe the precursor to that, is an education of the membership that takes decades sometimes, certainly decades in our case, to convince the membership that they were part of a fighting trade union, and that it was part of their role as a member of the guild, not just to pay dues and get the benefits that come from the ordinary negotiations, but to actually fight back and to use their power. And that was a complicated thing. It was a complicated thing for us. And so the history which David began of the Writers Guild is of power that comes and goes in waves. And without going through the entire history of it, you may have seen some stuff because there was a lot of talk during our strike that it was the first dual strike since the early 1960s. The early 1960s were a period of great power on the part of the Writers Guild. They exercised their power. The members of the Writers Guild exercised their power to win things like pension and health and residuals, the payment for reuse. But there were also periods where the Guild was not particularly powerful, particularly in the late 80s, for example, where the Guild was unable to do that. A critical moment for this Guild happened in 2007, 2008, where we went on strike to gain jurisdiction over the internet. That was a hugely successful labor action, but it led to some backlash on the part of the membership who felt maybe at risk there, uncertain of what it meant that to have fought that fight, particularly because all of the advantages of jurisdiction over the internet came over a long period of time. Now everyone understands why they were right to have done that. But for a long period of time, the Guild membership was uncertain about that. And so it took us a good deal of time, about 16, 15 years, to get the membership back to a place where it believed that fighting was the thing to do. And that happened step by step. So Joseph, you talked about a bunch of the different campaigns. There was a 2017 negotiation in which we took what Meredith referred to as a strike authorization vote, where members are asked, will you be okay with the negotiating committee recommending a strike on the day at the day of contract, at the deadline, and you have to decide that in advance, and they voted yes for that. The membership took the chance and voted yes, and we didn't go on strike. But just taking that vote really began a process of allowing the membership to see themselves as a potential fighting force. And then the agency campaign, we haven't talked about yet, it happened a couple of years later and took a number of years, which was a very difficult process on our part. It was an amazing win eventually, but it took a lot out of the Guild. It was really also a couple of year period in which the Guild membership began to trust the leadership, and the leadership trust and understand the membership. And so when we got to 2023 and the stuff that everyone else on the panel is talking about, where the conversation had to happen, the Guild was primed because we had taken 15 years to listen and talk and experience what it meant to be a union that took care of each other. And not just taking care of each other in the ordinary days, but took care of each other in the sense that we said we're willing to forego our pay for a long period of time so that somebody else may benefit from things that may or may not benefit me. So I think it's really important to remember that these things don't happen. 2023 doesn't happen out of the context of the decades between the 2007 and 8
I'd like to
strike
talk about the labor power solidarity, but before that, it was the same case in the East. How did you manage, how was it your case?
So this applies to the West too, but a key component of the success of this past strike was our captains network. And that was truly primed and ready by our agency action. Does everybody know what our agency action was? Is that something? Okay, so that was, just to refresh, an action that both guilds took to wrest some power away from our talent agencies. They had begun to fall into practice, not begun, they had long been practicing things like packaging, where they were taking part in really unfair practices. And the writers were like, no, we can't have that anymore. And we asked all of our members to fire their agents. And you can imagine how that went over, right? Mm-hmm. But, however, because we had created this captains network, we were able to deploy our most engaged members, ask them to turn around and talk to their teams of 10, 15, 20 people who they knew and they were close to and say, hey, this is what I'm hearing from leadership. Do you guys know about this? Because that's part of what's so hard about organizing, right? Like, how do you keep in touch with this vast network of people? And we're writers, for God's sake. We don't like to talk to people, right? So you have these captains who already have networks, and then they just spread. And so that network was already in place in time for this strike. And that worked in the East as well as in the West.
And how do you select these captains? Is something that's voluntary? Do you pick them? How do you get to know them?
It's a little bit of both, to be honest. But yes, they tend to be the most engaged members. And I'm sure you all have them too in your own guilds. The people who show up for everything, right? Who come to every cocktail and every meeting and workshop. But those are the people who most want to be a part of the action. And those people tend to volunteer, but you can also rope some people in as well.
Mm-hmm. And the captain system, as Lisa said, it's a very important part of the guild in that, and it's always there. It's gotten more vibrant, I think, recently during the struggles that Lisa's talking about. But the captain system is always there, and so there's this sort of constant work that the staff does to enlist these writers. So you have a lot of television staffs, and so when a television staff begins, they're contacted by the guild, and the showrunners asked, please tell us who your captain is. It's not really even given a choice. There's going to be somebody who's going to be a liaison on that television show to the guild. And what often happens there too is, I agree with Lisa, the best captains are your most engaged members, but also what happens is, because you're requiring it of all these TV shows, you're also training people to become engaged members. And often what happens is the lowest level writer on the staff, the showrunner doesn't want to deal with it and says, you're the captain, the new writer. But then this new writer learns all this stuff they didn't know about the guild, and is suddenly this liaison, and is suddenly becomes an activated member, and that ends up really sending roots of activism through the membership. And but it's constant work. Even when we're not in a struggle, that work continues, because that's the best way to communicate with, such as Lisa said, this vast group of membership.
Right, and maybe you agree, it's constant communication was definitely the key to all of our success. I mean, maybe Meredith can talk about this more than I can, because it started when I wasn't around, with the survey that 7,000 people answered. You mentioned it, but that goes on to membership meetings that happen constantly. And famously for us, I know it's not outside, but there was a moment in our strike, for example, when at the moment when we called the strike, when we published a 2-page document that told the membership exactly what the studios were offering. No one had ever done that before. We are conspicuously open as a writers guild compared to almost any other guild, and certainly the companies. And so the fact that the membership understood that we would always be talking to them and always be telling them only the facts, and only when we spoke to them would they actually know the facts, became a kind of a centerpiece of all of this. I said, you know more than that.
I would just add one thing, that a member always has their captain, right? So they always have a way to talk to leadership through somebody. They could actually just call us too directly, but there's always that captain. And so during the negotiation, we would sometimes, as leadership, meet with the captains, and then they would go meet with their team or reach out to their team so that they were being kept informed, but it wasn't all from us directly. But I think it is important that it's year round. You always have a captain. You always have a way of asking questions or finding out what's going on.
So it seems to be that communication and being part of, knowing that you are part of a big community is really important. We're talking about building power, labor power, where maybe it's a big or open question, but where does this labor power actually come from besides solidarity? It's because does it become from numbers, from people, from what?
I mean, it's not actually specifically numbers. I think I would say this, and you guys can weigh in if you think. The key to the WGA's labor power is the fact that we control the labor market in writing. That, as Meredith said, if you are a writer, you must become a member of the guild. If you are a company that's a signatory, you must hire only people who are Writers Guild members. And so when we shut down, when we say we are not working, no one is working. By the way, it's important to talk about this here because obviously the IAWG and our relationship with the guilds around the world are part of that we all agree that we are not going to step in and take each other's jobs. But the fact that we have that shutoff valve that says, without us you cannot work was the key. So we often tell our membership, it's great to have other people support us. It's great to have public opinion on our side. It's wonderful to have other guilds on our side, and it was really important. We can talk about this later. To have the actors on our side. We alone are enough. If we stay together, if we do not split apart, if we agree to stick with each other until the end, we will win this strike because they cannot get around us. There is no writing without us. That's the key to our power.
The other piece of it too is something that's a little harder to pin down. We control the labor market because they need us. And this applies to all the writers in this room too. If they knew how to write, we'd be fucked. And they show us every day they don't know how to do this. And that's a really important thing that we're constantly having to communicate to our members. Telling the members when we say to them this might be a strike year, the immediate response is they're going to do it without us. They're going to hire foreign writers. They're just going to show reruns. Like the same fears come up, and they're all based on the individual writers not feeling that they're a lie and that somebody else can do their job, and you're not going to get to do this anymore. And the companies play on it. And our job also is to remind writers again. If they could do it without us, they would have been doing it without us for a long time ago. Yeah. They need us because we can do something they can't. And that's why controlling the labor market it's not just that you've got to be a member of a guild. To get in the guild, you're doing something they need.
When you are preparing the strike, you set up a negotiating committee. And how do you select the people? How do you set this up?
That takes a long conversation and a lot of planning. The first decision was who are going to be our co-chairs, and Chris and David were our first ideas, and we went to them and asked if they would do it. They've both been presidents of the guild. They've both been on the agency campaign, so we knew they had expertise and experience, and they were our number one choices. And then the committee is, you want to get people that are representing all kinds of writing, screenwriters, TV writers, comedy, everything else. And you want a breadth of experience, people that can speak for all sectors. And then you need to get them to do it, because it's quite time consuming, it's arduous, and it's It's unknown how long you're going to be needed, how hard it's going to be, if the membership is going to turn on you. It's a very scary, risky thing. And so some people said no, but we sort of had our list, and we went to people and got just a spectacular group of people. And the East does their people. They find their people, and the West finds theirs, and then we all do it together.
To some extent, the studios respond to names, right? I mean, they're all fame whores to a large extent. So to the extent that we can, we also try to stack our NEDCOM with some powerful writers, screenwriters, TV showrunners. You have all watched their television shows and movies. I'll just speak for the East. We had David Simon of The Wire. We had James Seamus, Brokeback Mountain. We had Kay Cannon, Pitch Perfect. So we try to put forward names that the studios will feel some kind of way sitting across the table from. And we also try to represent our rank and file. So we had some members in the NEDCOM who were not showrunners, who were not upper-level people, but who could speak for the people in the middle and lower ranks.
And having served on several negotiating committees, the board Meredith and the board did an amazing job. The people they put on this committee were directly responsible, and I'm sorry, the East as well. Greg Iwinski and Hallie Hagelin and all the East members too made significant contributions and a significant difference in the outcome of this strike. It wouldn't have happened without those people.
Yeah, I just to echo that. I mean, one thing, it's hard to feel the scariness of sitting in that room, of telling a membership of 10,000 people that they're going to stop working, keeping them out of work for 6 months, of hearing the stories of what that meant. We have a strike fund where people who are in trouble can come and get some help, and some of the members on the committee, Betsy Thomas, who is the Secretary-Treasurer, who you'll see in the next panel, was responsible for taking care of that too. And watching the pain that gets inflicted in a strike makes it very difficult to stand your ground and not be afraid. And the fact that you have excellent credits doesn't protect you from that. And so what we ended up with was a group of people who were very brave in a way, and they were also very good at communicating. So one of the things that ended up happening for us that was very valuable is that every member of the board and the NEDCOM and the board and council went to this picket lines every single day. We actually had a grid that told us where to go. And so we were always out there, always talking to people. And in some sense, David and I had a much easier job because there were 30 or 40 spokespeople for this labor action, all on message, all saying the same thing, all answering questions every single day for all of the members. All of that happened without any guarantee that it was going to work, because I don't know how you guys did it, but you picked a group of people.
This labor action, we were talking before, how was it in the East? It was the same way? You did it different? How did you organize your picket lines?
So once we went on strike, we did run things a bit differently. Probably many of you have been to LA, so you know that Hollywood has large studio lots, right, where much of the production takes place. You have your Warner Brothers lot, you have your Universal lots. And so the LA pickets were what we call fixed pickets, and they tended to be around those lots. In New York, we have sound stages, but for the most part, our productions are on location. So what we quickly learned was that if you picket a location, you can shut it down, right? So very early on, we had a group of just 4 of our members out there past midnight. It was about 2 a.m., and the crews were showing up to work, and what we learned was that our sister entertainment union, the Teamsters, which are transportation, right, the truck drivers who carry the cameras and the wardrobe and all the other equipment, they would not cross our picket lines if there were 2. So 2 people makes a picket line in America, right? So if there were at least 2 of us there, they would not cross our picket lines. So we could shut them down, right? Okay, so why does that matter? Because production can cost a studio, what, $250,000 a day? So we're hitting them right where it hurts. And the point of that is to encourage the studios to hurry back to the bargaining table. At that point, they had walked away and were refusing to negotiate with us, and we hoped to put more pressure on them to do that. So I would say there were two main consequences of that course of action for us. And the first was that it fired up our captains and our members like nothing else, right? So suddenly we were getting, and I'm talking about writers, right? Like writers are getting up at like 2 and 3 and 4 in the morning to go to the Bronx and go to New Jersey and Rhode Island and Washington and Nantucket to picket productions because they were actually seeing them shut down. They were seeing the results of their actions were actually shutting down shows like Severance and The Penguin and the Blake Lively movie, It Ends With Us. We shut those motherfuckers down, right? The second consequence was quite serious, though. It did have an impact on some of our sister union workers. So the Teamsters have a unique contract that allows them to honor other unions' strikes. Nobody else has that. We don't have that, right? So IATSE, the union that represents the crews, didn't have that either. So by picketing locations, we were costing the members of our sister unions work for a day, a week, and then eventually when we shut them down completely for an entire season. So those were real consequences, but we did picket, I believe, over 30 productions, and we fully shut down 10.
I assume this is probably goes without saying that.
Yeah.
I was just going to explain, because maybe it's obvious, that a strike is a game of chicken between two sides. The question is who can bear the pain the longest. And the problem for writers is, although when we stop writing, eventually production stops, there's a lag time. There's a lot of stuff that we've written already and that the studios can make and put on their platforms and not be feeling the pain of the lack of material from. So what the East and West both did was to shut down that pipeline much quicker than the studios expected it. So the pain began almost immediately. Then SAG-AFTRA went on strike, and it was a free-for-all, and everything shut down. But it was critically important that the studio's pain began the same day as our pain began, because we don't have forever with our members.
And talking about, maybe you were going to, are you going to say something? Okay. No, I was going to ask about this pain. There's the pain of the studios, but there's the pain of the writers. And how do you as a guild support your members during the strike? Because it can take long and long and long. And how do you manage that?
To give a big picture, the Los Angeles shutdowns also happened. And they went to Atlanta and they went to New Mexico, and that took about 3 weeks or a month. So we're talking about 148-day strike. So that kind of thrill of shutting down was great. But then it was shut down, and then we were just on the picket line. And in Los Angeles, there were 9, 10 locations, right? The studios, so yeah, we have, in the West, we have 11,500 members. And so the first month was kind of exciting. And then all summer long, we were out there in the blazing heat and walking back and forth with our signs. And it's demoralizing. And writers, we started out broke, right? A lot of people, we were in trouble already. And how long can you hang on? And one thing that helped so much was the picket line. The community of it, going to these places and seeing 50 other writers and talking about your life and each other and meeting friends. Psychologically, that was important. The strike fund for the West was huge. We gave out millions and millions of dollars of strike funds because people needed financial help, and we were able to do that. But summer came and went, and then we went into the fall, and psychologically, you need to help, but we're feeling the burden too. So it's just a very stressful, difficult time, and solidarity is everything. And so you had to hang on to that.
And the importance of the picketing, I mean, Meredith just said once the studios were shut down, there was always a question of like, well, why are we still picketing? It's not like we're stopping anybody from doing anything, but you're doing two things. You're showing the companies how strong you are, but you're also showing each other how strong you are, and that at the end of our strike, things had waned, but then as it looked like good news was coming, people showed back up for exactly the reason Meredith said, which is this community of like, look, we won, and we're winning, and this is happening, and that that's how you win. It's through that community that Meredith's talking about.
Yeah, I think Michelle Moroni, who was our vice president, said, I think, to us and explained it very well, that we never had a crisis of solidarity. We had a little bit of a crisis of morale as we moved on through the summer, and that's what we had to deal with.
Yeah, but Labor Day. Labor Day was when it really got tough.
Yeah, it was hard at the end. And we understood. We understood that there's only a certain amount of time you have. But we also were very clear, one thing that we got right is we understood what was going on inside the AMPTP, which is the other side, the companies. We didn't know exactly when they were going to break and what they were going to do, but we had a very clear, accurate picture of the politics inside, the problems between the streamers on the one hand and the traditional broadcast networks on the other, who had different financial models and were at each other's mercy because of the way things were going. We understood what was happening there. And so even as we were asking our members to hold on, we could see, although we couldn't predict exactly when it was going to end, we could see a breaking point inside the AMPTP as well. It's really important to do that. I mean, you do these strikes because you have to assess what your power is. We always talk about this. What is your power merit? What can the companies afford? And we had a pretty good sense of that and what our members were going to put up with and what the companies could afford. And we got that pretty right all the way through, which was hugely evident. It's more complicated than that, but that's the simple truth of it. That and then if the members had told us to stop, we would have stopped, right? I mean, we just advised. We encouraged and advised, but we didn't decide. The members decide.
Yeah, I was going to ask about this moral impact, how the impact of this moral ambience into the negotiations, because as long as the strike goes, once you have passed 100 days, morality goes down. Does it have an actual impact in the negotiations? Did it affect the things that you wanted to achieve somehow? How did you manage that?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you, or unless somebody else understands.
Do we ask for less because we noticed the memberships?
Not if you asked for less, but if you ask yourself, okay, is it the moment to stop or is it the moment to...
Yes, we would take the temperature all the time. You know, I think the fact that everybody was on the picket line, there was always one of the members of the committee or board on the line talking to people. So we would report back and we were very aware of the mood. But as Chris said, the feeling really was you have not lost support, but your morale is low. So as long as we had the support, I think we hung in there.
Yeah, and the bigger problem we had too, exactly what Meredith said, but the problem was also the longer we went on, the more people expected.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'm going to be out in the summer picketing and getting a sunburn, and I work in an area that, let's say, we have a group of writers who work in comedy variety, so like the late night comedy variety, and they've been left aside by a bunch of previous negotiations, and they showed, they were out there with everybody else, and there were things they needed, and so the idea that we got to a point where we have to get something in that area, like we crossed over a Rubicon and said, whatever happens in the strike, we can't end the strike and betray that group of writers. And there are all sorts of groups of writers with their own agendas about what they wanted out of this negotiation. So that also it was like two different problems. The reducer morale, how long is this going to go? But also, if I've put this much time and energy and sacrifice in, I better get something out of this. Yeah. And that was a big problem.
You asked if we gave up anything toward the end. I think it's very clear to see our list of what the companies were offering on May 1st and the list of what we got. This is something Ellen Stutzman, who's the executive director of the West and who is our chief negotiator, says that's what she comes back to all the time. Was it worth it? Well, just look at the list. We got almost everything we asked for.
Okay, we have 20 minutes left, so maybe we can open the floor for questions. Is anyone? Yes?
I think everybody was watching you very closely last year, and some, in the different countries, you saw some solidarity and photos and all that. But even today, you hear, why don't we do that in Europe? Why don't we do that in other countries? And I think maybe you can clarify that in which way America, the US is different because you're a trade union, and how this retroactively hiring and selling copyright, how that is filling your strike monies that we don't have. We are all individuals trying to be solidarity, prove solidarity to each other. But you have a completely different system that I think not everybody, and I only understand like the little tip of the iceberg, how you can do what you do and achieve what you achieve with the duties and the rights and whatever, because that you are a unicorn compared to most of other guilds here.
So in 1960, the writers' unions gave up their copyright in exchange to get to negotiate for pension health, to be a union and to collectively bargain. And they gave up, actually, I'm sorry, they gave up the copyright before that, but then they gave up the residuals on a lot of stuff. But they gave up writers in order to have a union. I'm sorry, I had the year wrong. It was earlier, but they gave up. So writers everywhere else have copyright on their work, have that their work is theirs. And in the United States, we gave that up. We gave up, and it hurts sometimes when you create something and it's not yours. But what you get from that is you get the ability to collectively bargain as a union to get pension and health benefits, residuals, payments for reuse, and all those things. And there was a sacrifice of the copyright, and it's a discussion that comes up with certain writers who really feel like that was that worth it. But for the overwhelming number of writers, it absolutely was, and because of the nature of the business, it was. But that was the sacrifice that we writers in the union said, we no longer have copyright on our work, and for doing that, the companies gave us the ability to collectively bargain.
I just want to add a couple of things about that. So we have the right to collectively bargain. We have the ability to essentially require people to become members. That's a little complicated, but not in ways that matter for us. We collect dues so that we have resources to do all of this stuff. We're really aware, though, coming here, talking to all of you, that those advantages that we have are not universal. And I think the hope in this conversation is not so much to say, well, look what we did because we have all of this structural advantage that you don't have, but more to talk a little bit about the ways in which we began to understand of ourselves as a union, that we took care of each other, the idea of solidarity, for the very idea that we're labor. It took a long time to convince writers that they were labor because, you understand this, we're all, we work for somebody, but not really. I don't work for anybody. I make the thing I want to make, and I'm incidentally paid by someone because that's the way it works. But to get to the point where writers said, no, actually, if you get a paycheck from someone, you're labor, and labor needs to take care of itself and each other. And so that conversation, I hope, is somewhat useful, even though there's no easy way to simply say we're going to repeat the model that you employed.
In the previous panel, Rachel Kilfeather, coolest name ever, said that the WGA could help by telling all of you to join your union. So I'm just going to take this one. Join your fucking union. Are you kidding? If you have a guild, join it.
There's another question.
Yeah, hi, my name is Victor. I'm the legal counsel of the Swedish Guild. And I was wondering, because it seems like you get all these amazing deals with such big, multinational companies. So I was wondering, what is your strategy when you go?
We don't always get amazing deals. One of them is we're telling a story, but
Yeah, when you go up to a company like Netflix, what is your strategy on how to tackle those negotiations?
By the way, David is right, and he's funny about that. Before we talk about it, but you need to understand that for us also, we're pushing a boulder up a hill that's getting bigger and bigger, and we're mostly, in most negotiations, feeling like we're falling further behind, right? We're trying to keep up with the changes that technology, impose on the industry, which almost always is taken better advantage of by management than it is by labor, because every 3 years is not soon enough for us to renegotiate a contract. So 2023 was a remarkable year. 2007 and 2008 was a pair of remarkable years. But by and large, we struggle to keep up. Our members, they do well, but we were in a position in 2023 because we were desperate. We had lost an opportunity in 2020 because of COVID. We had actually a pretty remarkable negotiation anyway, but there was just so much we could do, and we had no strike set. We had 6 years between strike threats, and there were structural problems in the industry that were making it impossible for people in this country to work. And I know that we have so many advantages that it's hard to say that for industries that work at different levels. But many of our writers, a lot of our writers were taking other jobs who used to be just writers because they couldn't do that anymore. So you just need to understand that this is a unique moment where we were able to exercise our power, and we've done it a bunch of times. We did it against the agencies in 2019, so we're on a little bit of a roll, and we're getting better at what we're doing, but we're up against management, and management always has the advantage.
Having said that, when you talk about Netflix, I agree everything Chris is saying. When you talk about Netflix as an example, it goes back to what we were saying earlier. Netflix needs writers. Now, Netflix is a very difficult company. There have been sort of issues with them adhering to our minimum basic agreement, paying writers what they're supposed to be paid. However, they are an MBA company. They signed that agreement. And we have a very tough and educated staff who gathers as much information as possible, both from members but also from Netflix about their business and how they do their business. So when you go into negotiation, you're armed with information and an agenda, but also an acceptance that Netflix, I suppose Netflix could say, fuck you guys, we're going non-union, but they understand, and they definitely understand this year, that the writers they want to work with are side with the guild. They want those writers. They want the big name writers. You better treat the lesser name writers the same way, and that's what we have in those negotiations. The implicit acceptance that this is the cost of doing business, dealing with the Writers Guild of America.
Just to be super clear, the MBA, the minimum basic agreement, we negotiate with the companies as a unit. So Netflix doesn't get their own special deal. All of the studios, when we come to an agreement, they all are abiding by the same deal.
When Amazon went into the business of making television very early on, they thought they would do it a different way. They were going to crowdsource things and have non-professionals write, and didn't need to make a deal with us. And I don't remember, Ellen would know this better, I don't know how long that lasted, but almost immediately they came to the conclusion that they were never going to compete in a world where people in their basements wrote stuff, to try to win an audience away from all of us. That was not a possibility. And so
there's nothing wrong with writing in your basement either. I just want to. He's not.
You're right. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be basement.
I think there was a question on the back of the room, or if not, you have one.
It's for me. That's a question. Thank you very much for all these insights. I just want to go a little bit more into who is sitting on the table with you on the other side. Because what we've talked also last year when Meredith has been to our IAWG meeting, is that there's changes in the industry because you have more tech companies right now and then non-traditional film companies. Maybe you can talk a little bit about what is happening at the negotiation table. This could be also interesting.
We can start.
All right. So at the negotiating table they're not, by the way, they are not all the members of the AMPTP, they are the major companies. So I'm going to get, just because I can't remember now because I'm so old. It's going to be Netflix and Amazon and Apple on the tech side, and Warner and Disney and NBC Universal and
Paramount.
Sony. And sorry?
Paramount.
And Paramount on the other side. And just their labor execs. So you don't get their CEOs. That's actually important in the long run, because one of the problems with negotiating with the AMPTP is the people who make the decisions ultimately, who need to come in and take care of whether a strike is going to be resolved in an amicable, not an amicable way, but in a fair way, are not at the table. And they're not only not at the table, they barely speak to the people who are at the table. So the AMPTP has its own kind of, it has its own purpose, which is it's the organization that is employed by the companies to say no 365 days a year. They say no to everybody, every single day. Every union who comes in, the answer is no. We explain to them why we want what we want. They say, you're not really explaining it well enough. We don't really understand it. You haven't told us what you really need. We say, this is what we need. We say, we don't understand what you need. And it goes on like that in a kind of charade for a long time. The negotiations themselves, I know I'm moving around here, they're on one side of the table, and then the members of the negotiating committee of the Writers Guild East and West are on the other side of the table, with our chief negotiator, Ellen Stutzman, sitting in the middle. She does all the talking, right? We don't really say very much. Everything that goes on in that big room is a little bit of a charade, right? There are presentations of their proposals and our proposals, because in our case, the companies also have proposals. They, even in times where things are really difficult for writers, they put rollbacks on the table to try to make things worse, because then you've got to negotiate to get those things off the table. It gets complicated. But you sit in that room and you exchange proposals back and forth, and they mostly just say, I'm sorry, we don't understand. And then you go back into your room, and we go back into our room when we talk about what they've said, and we come back with our next set of proposals, the things that we can accept from theirs, the things we want them to take off the table. And this goes on for a number of months. It usually goes on in the case of 2023. You want to stop now? You can keep going. You want to talk about how we get to the strike authorization and what happened?
Well, I think he also, and tell me if this that you wanted maybe about the differences of the companies that are now sitting across from us. Is that okay? Because I think that was a really important part that was different in this negotiation, although it's been happening slowly now. You have these companies, you have these tech companies, Amazon and Apple and Netflix, and then you have the traditional companies, and there's a real disparity about the worth of those companies. So for instance, I remember during the strike, the same day that Apple did a $90 billion buyback of stock, Paramount was valued at $13 billion. And so you have these two companies who are not really in the same business. I mean, they all want to make stuff, and they all want to make money from TV and movies, but their business models are completely different. And that was the central conflict that was going on in that room, and probably why the strike went on so long. And it was really the traditional companies, Warner's, Disney, Universal, Paramount, who eventually pressured the tech companies to make a deal. And eventually what happened is the CEOs of four companies got in a room with Meredith and me and Chris and Ellen, and we sat across from them, and after a 6-month strike, in 3 days negotiated the deal. Like all the kabuki that Chris was talking about, that goes out the window, and finally you're having the negotiation, and this negotiation that they say is impossible, somehow it's not impossible anymore, and they get it done. But it was really those traditional media companies placed pressure on their brethren in the tech world to say, we need a deal, and that it threatened to break them up. We don't know I don't know that for certain, but I do know that that pressure was coming from the traditional companies, and so the tech companies went along as long as the deal was something they could stomach. And again, even though this gentleman saying we get all these great deals, we got a great deal, and as Lisa said, we got everything we asked for, and it cost them almost nothing. Like, that's the horror of the whole thing, is that 6 months before the strike ended, the strike could have ended, and it wouldn't have cost anybody anything, because it at the end, it didn't affect their books at all, what they gave us, but it was so meaningful to us and our members. I don't know, does that answer what you were?
Yes. We have a question here in the first row.
Boramoi, everyone, Digigora for that. Thank you for an amazing panel. For those of us trained in the organising model, this was like the platonic ideal of the Angahoka action framework. You join, you escalate, you build muscles through small actions, you build trust, you learn about leverage, you go on to bigger things, none of which depends on your statutory framework or any of the laws that are in place. Could you tell me what the first step is for your member on their member journey? Is it joining in a room when their delegate, which is I presume what you guys call captains, is their sort of lodge captain, right? Is that the first step on their member journey that gets them through that escalation process, or is there somewhere even before that that you start on their union process?
The first step is paying a fee that everybody pays, and it's really always painful. And
But in terms of like a strike preparation, probably what the members would have experienced in all of this is sometime before the strike or anything started, they would have gotten a survey, which would have asked them to talk about. They've already got a captain, by the way. Remember, we're talking about. So they're already in conversation with the guild, and the guild knows what they're thinking, and they can express what they want to the guild. Sometime a year or so before, they get a survey, and it asks them all this stuff about what's going on in their own personal economy. How are you doing? What are the problems you're having? What would you want the guild to take care of first and foremost? They're going to send that off. They're not going to hear very much from us. The negotiation committee is going to be formed. It's going to deal with all of that information and begin to put together a list of things it wants to get out of this negotiation. It's going to submit to the membership a thing called the pattern of demands, which is a very general, vague conversation, kind of is a kitchen sink version of that. So the membership will begin to see the things that are on the table. And then the membership will be invited to a long series of meetings early on, at the very beginning, and we'll get 50% of the people who are going to end up voting at some point, probably to those meetings. Thousands and thousands of people will come and listen to us, talk about what's going on in the business, repeat back to them what they told us. We'll go through the entire agenda, essentially, in relatively great detail of what we're going to ask for. And we'll sit in those rooms for hours and hours and hours and take every single question that every member has. And only when that's over, only when we know that the membership has essentially signed on to the agenda, will we go into negotiations. And then the process will continue, and there are many steps after that. But every member will have a chance to meet all of us in person. They'll all have a captain. They'll all have communicated with us. There's a lot of steps before anyone says the word strike.
But I might have misunderstood your question, but I think it's an important thing to say that even without a strike, the first step of a member joining the guild, I think is, I mean, it's that fee, but to me, we have a mentorship program. So you when you join the guild and this is your first, you go to and then you can be assigned a mentor if you want, and so you're creating not just an action union, but a community union. That here are writers, and and our guild hosts a lot of socials, like and specific groups, and always making sure that it's not always about fighting. Obviously, that is the most important piece, I think, but by creating the community, and because writers, I think most writers want to meet other writers. They're thrilled to meet writers who are doing the work that they'd like to be doing, and putting those people in a room, getting more accomplished writers to show up for those events, so that your new writer who's just joined the union, has now a mentor who is doing the show that they'd like to be on, or has written the movie that they are a fan of. That to me is also something our union now does really well, is creating that ongoing sense of community.
And there's also a new membership meeting. If you're a new member, we have them every quarter, I think, and the leadership does them, and you say hello and welcome, and here are the rules, and here are the committees, here are the things you can join. You can be a passive member if you want, but here are all the different ways you can be a part of this union.
We did this one, by the way, coming out of COVID. where all the things that David talked about were unavailable to people. They were not able to be together. So we were a union that was missing each other by the time this strike action began.
Once again, if you are a writer and you live in Ireland and you don't belong to the Writers Guild of Ireland, do not leave without talking to Jennifer and finding out how you join.
David, I think you have a question, David?
Yeah, sort of. You know the way sometimes an idea gets stuck in a collective set of, and somehow it's an idea that everybody repeats, and you all go, oh yeah, that's right, yeah. This one of we can't strike is a nonsensical idea which we have to dump as quickly as possible. The point is to get ourselves into a position where we can strike. And we've made huge changes in the last 10, 15 years. The Copyright Directive puts the producers in a place where they have to talk to us about something. There's guilds in every country now. We've got new guilds in all of the Eastern and Central countries which weren't there before. We talk to one another on a regular basis. We've had 4 years of training in collective bargaining. Myself and Denis were talking about this the other day. We think that the majority of European screenwriters now write under the terms of a collectively bargained agreement, if you count them up. The rest of you who aren't collectively bargaining should be forcing it, because the process is you ask them, they say no, then we work out how to exercise the power. Everybody has said in this room the extraordinary power that writers have. The issue is how to exercise that power. And you exercise that power by following the steps that have been laid out so clearly here. You work your way through the process where you come to the point where you turn to the companies and you say, no, we're not writing for you anymore. I don't care if it's legal to strike or not, we're striking. We have the power, you have to respond to us. We shouldn't say this business that we can't strike anymore. Of course we can strike, we just have to organize ourselves to be able to.
There's a question here. Okay, maybe you're the next one. Oh, and you?
Yeah, just if it's not unfair to ask kind of what's next. Yeah, what's 26 looking like? What are we thinking? What's sort of left on the table that you want to follow up on?
We do the same process every 3 years. We survey the members. You know, year before we have to decide on the proposals. We say, what's your economic life like? What's worked? What hasn't? The real work of the Guild in between the MBAs is enforcing the contract, educating the members about their new protections, the new contract, and making sure the companies are following the contract. So that's the bulk of what they're doing now. It's really important. And then, you know, we're actually only about 1.5 years away now, but we do the same process. We survey the members. What are you thinking about? And then it's quite, you know, the meetings. It's a process that's just arduous and layered, but that's how you reach everyone, and that's how you get a picture of what you need.
And you can't predict, like the one of the most important issues in this negotiation for us ended up being AI, which wasn't even on our radar when we started negotiations. And suddenly we had to do something about AI. And so you also have to be facile. You have to be ready to change course, to focus on what this business changes so fast. Sometimes you don't know what the issue is going to be.
Okay, I'm sorry, but our time's up, so we have to leave it here. So thank you so much, David, Chris, Lisa, Meredith. Thank you, everyone.
Next up, a panel called Roddy Who, A Commitment to Credits. This panel explored how credits for screenwriters and producers diverge in different territories. It analyses why showrunners sometimes belong in one category and sometimes in the other, and yet it is still not a recognised credit. We talk about how much the created by credit matters, who's getting it, and overall the value of a global standard for credits.
Okay, thank you everyone for being here this afternoon. So I will moderate this panel. I'm Denis Goulet from the new Délégué Général of the Federation of Screenwriters in Europe. And we will have a panel about credits. And to begin, and before to introduce you, our panelists, just a quotation, you know, a quote about Irving Thalberg, which was a famous producer at the beginning of the 19th century. who said that the most important person in the motion picture process is the writer, and we must do everything in our power to prevent them from ever realizing it. And of course, credits are part of the plane. And we'll see how it comes to prevent writers to realize how powerful they are, just withdrawing the credits. So I will ask every panelist to introduce himself, and I will like you to introduce you and with an anecdote, maybe the most memorable anecdote you have about a credit. I'm sure you have plenty of them, and I'm sure it could be a good way to start and to discuss. So who wants to, Barbara?
Okay. I'm Barbara Petronio. I'm an Italian writer and showrunner, a sort of showrunner. As in Italy, it's not so easy to be a showrunner. And I'm also a producer since 2 years because I decided to build up my own company. And the most recent memory about my title credits is very recent because it's 2 months ago. And I have a series with platform. And after 20 years of career, finally I got my credit as not only as a writer, of course, but I have the created by credit and the executive producer credit. So a couple of months ago, the supervising producer of the Italian company called me on the phone, and she said, Barbara, we realized that you have too many title cards because you are a creator. We in Italy, we have the story title card when we create a story. Then I have the pilot, so I have a written by. And then I have an executive producer. So she asked me, can you please delete one of these title cards? And of course I said, are you kidding me? This is my job. I did all the things that I have to do, so I want my credit. And then the battle started because of the position of the title card that I wanted. And after a very long battle, I had the opportunity to have the created by before the director. And this is something incredible in Italy, but it was a very hard and very complicated battle that finally I won after 20 years.
Wow. So that didn't prevent you to realize how many credits you could have. Okay, thank you. Betsy?
I'm Betsy Thomas. I'm a member of the Writers Guild of America West. I'm Secretary-Treasurer. And I'm also I'm primarily a comedy writer, and I'm also a showrunner. I'm also a director. And I don't have anything that interesting to say about credits, because I think we're relatively lucky in our country that when you are hired to write something, particularly in television, you generally get that credit. So my very first on-air credit was for a show called My So-Called Life. It was my first job. And it was very short-lived, but it was a good show. And I turned my script in, and I'd been a feature screenwriter, and I turned my script in, and they said it was great. And then Winnie Holtzman, who was the creator, completely page one rewrote me. Story was intact, but the whole thing was all new dialogue, everything. And I was shocked when I saw written by Betsy Thomas in the credits. But that is the customary, and that's when I learned, that is customarily how it goes in the United States when you write, in television is you still get that writer credit.
Hi, I'm Emma Reeves. I'm chair of the Writers Guild of Great Britain, and I'm also a writer. I think I'm going to tell a story of a failure to get the credit I wanted, but it incensed me so much that I've made it my business to fight about this ever since. And I worked on the guide to the created by credit, which we've got in the Writers Guild of Great Britain, what happened was I effectively created a show for television based on a series of novels. I'd been brought in by CBBC because they thought, because the original novelist, it had been adapted before in the 80s, they weren't sure whether she would want to have it adapted again. And so I was brought in because they thought I could persuade her and I could work well with her. So I did that. I worked on the show for 2 years, developing it for television. And then the executive producer who had been brought in decided that she wouldn't give me developed or created for television as an upfront credit because she claimed it would be disrespectful to the other writers. Now, I'd been in the situation of those other writers many times, and I can assure you it never bothered me at all if having another credit. But basically, she wanted the space in the front credits for herself, and effectively, I felt so bullied and hurt by this that she wanted to minimize my contribution as effectively creator of the TV show that I walked off after series 1, which I kind of regretted because the show was very successful. But it just shows, because we don't have we don't have a system that the US has a much more robust system of what is allowed, what can count as a created by credit. In the UK, we have all sorts of non-writers trying to take the credit for themselves and to take away, not give writers full credit. So yeah, that experience led me to fight on, and the show was the worst witch, and that's why I only did the first series.
I'm Markus Seibert from Germany, from the board of the DDV, originally also in the K18. There was it was already said something about it. I can tell some stories like this. It's not difficult, but we had one. I thought it was very funny, but not the producer, because there was a producer. He was absolutely convinced that he had to have the credit showrunner in a film, in a series, and we said, neither you can be the showrunner of this project because you didn't ever write a line, nor can you be credited showrunner because showrunner is no credit. But this is, let's say, this is a situation in Germany. Nobody knows really what a credit means, and but it's becoming better. I make jokes, but it's a difficult situation in this field.
Thank you so much. So before jumping into our current problems, I wanted to make a little history about credits. So here you are. You have the first basic agreement of the Writers Guild of America West. And I think it was useful to see that in this time, you had 8 pages of agreement and 2.5 pages devoted to credit issues. So it was a concern at this time. And what I think is very important to see is that they had this provision saying that screen credit for the screenplay shall not be shared by more than 2 writers, and in no case shall the name of more than 3 be named. And this is a quotation which is interesting. The intention and spirit of the credits provision being to emphasize the prestige and importance of the screenplay achievement. The 1, 2, or at most 3 writers chiefly responsible for the completed work shall be the only screenwriters to receive screen credit. So there was a link at the beginning because the power, about the power of the screenwriters to make a script achieved and its credit. And so let's jump and see what has happened in 2020. So in 2020, we now have 755 pages of agreement, which means that we have an industry which is able to, on a rational issues, make more than 700 pages of rational agreement about how it works. But, and that is so amazing, the purpose of preamble of the minimum basic agreement said that they agree on 755 pages agreement, but there is something in which they have never been able to agree on, is that the possessive credits mean, for example, the film by credits. So the film by credits, the way someone is trying to possess completely the work, the script, the value of the work, has been always an issue, and still, it is still an issue. So it seems that there is something quite irrational, when we are talking about this, because even with lawyers and huge lawyers, we don't succeed to be agree on this kind of possessive credits. So maybe it could be interesting to have your position in each of your guilds on how you manage to do your credits now. Emma, maybe you would like to begin, because I know that you have some provisions at the Writers Guild of Great Britain about guidelines about credits. So how does it work for you?
Well, we have guidelines on credits, but that's specifically in television. I'm not so much of an expert in film, although our film chair is sitting over there, so could help me out if I need to. I know that if you're talking about a film by credit, which is often, of course, a vanity credit for the director, we are, of course, completely opposed to that. In television, we have created a set of guidelines, although we are kind of, as usual, we are dependent on writers and their agents to make sure that production companies are aware and, if necessary, to fight for these credits, because, of course, we cannot ourselves enforce it. But what I think the guiding principle of our television, what I wanted to achieve in television, is that whoever writes the screenplay of the pilot, the episode which gets the show greenlit, must have a share, at least, of the created by credit. That the writer, because what we've been seeing is producers or non-writers of various types, scrawling a page or so about a vague concept for a show, and then getting a writer in to write a pilot and not crediting the writer as the creator. And so, there are three things. There's obviously the pitch document, which could be a few pages. There's a full series Bible and a script. And we think all these three documents are important to the creation of a show and to the created by credit. But one thing which we sort of did hear constant complaints about, and which we observe to be happening, was non-writers doing the other documents, or even just the first, or the worst case scenario, the back of a beer mat, so-called creating a show, but it's just an idea for a show. In British law, there is no copyright in ideas, which is a principle we explored with our lawyer, and it's very much true. So our position is the writer who writes the script must be credited, at least partially, as creator. And that is something which we stand firmly on. As David said on the last panel, if they could do without us, they would. If they could manage without writers, if it was that easy, they'd be doing it themselves, and they can't, and they don't. So, creditors.
Marcus, I know that you have been working a lot in Germany to have guidelines about credits. So could you tell us a bit about how the whole process you've been involved?
It was something like 4 years ago. We had a working group exploring credits more generally, because we were seeing cases like the one of the showrunner who wanted to be credited as showrunner, and also series where the producers met themselves in the credits, like created by. Marianne was one of the team, and later on Jan also was on the team, on the working group, to make it very clear, and with lawyers' help also juridically fine. We made definitions of what authors in series. The title of the document is very simple, Authors in Series. We have it in English. If anybody wants to read, I can give it to you. And we try to define the different jobs and also the credits they could get or not. And the first one was created by, it was the thing we came out with is similar or the same as the FSE placed in the document. And then we had storyline assistant, author of an episode, head author, and showrunner. Because this, in Germany, we see something like an inflation of showrunners. Everyone wants to be showrunner. Directors want to be showrunners. Producers want to be showrunners. And authors have really problems to get this title, not credit. So to be considered showrunners of a show, they were the showrunners or are the showrunners. And since then, since we published the document, the discussions with normally the producers won't stop about what we did there. What the hell did you there? It's not possible. We can be showrunners, and they don't understand that this idea of showrunning comes from HBO. I don't know how many years ago to value the work of authors who came in, made so much for the show that it was not only authors' work but producers' work. So they organized the writers' rooms. They organized the Dreharbeiten, the shooting, the shooting process and everything, and post-production. And so it was to value their work that they were called showrunners. But it's not a title, it's not a credit, it's only a word to say they were more than only authors of their show. And this is very difficult to communicate in Germany, that they should be executive producers in the production where they are showrunners, because this is a correct title in American television, and to name a showrunner and to have the showrunner function gripped in a credit at the end credits. But so we published this and had many discussions. I hope it will be better now. And one of the points we had at the beginning was that we succeeded in convincing the public broadcaster not longer to give the title a film by, if not, the director is also the author of the film. And they didn't understand really why we are so keen on this, and afterwards they came up with, okay, but the created by you can't get if it's not absolutely clear that you yourself have created everything. So if anybody says he has also created, we can't give this title, we can't give this credit for a new series. I don't know how the situation actually is, but we are still fighting to get the, let's say, normal credit system implemented also in German television.
So it doesn't exist a showrunner credit?
No.
Yep. And so how does it work, Betsy, in US? Because you have been the country of showrunners before.
Yes,
where does this word come from? And how do you do? Because we have seen that the created by credit is an intense situation each time to obtain, but you can also have a created by, but not being a showrunner. So how does it work?
Yes, you can have, and I want you to know that much like all things American, Marcus knew more about the history of showrunner than I did. So showrunner is not a title. It's not a credited title in the States, but it is a well-known, well-recognized term as the person that is the showrunner is a writer, and is a writer who's in charge of production. And, you know, television is well known as a written-driven medium. So the showrunner is a writer. I mean, that is just the understood. Although as I said, it is not actually a credit. But I do want to share something that happened in this negotiation, the one we went on strike, this recent one, which was, we had something that was really important to us that we got. And again, it was something that the company said we would never get in a million years. And even some of our own members said we would never get in a million years. And that was this thing called minimum staff size. And what it was designed to do is what we'd seen what was starting to erode was the writer's room. And what they were hoping to go was more to a model of one person writes all the scripts, maybe with one other person. And, you know, it was very problematic for a lot of reasons. And what it also had grown out of was, you know, historically in broadcast television, we would do 22 to 25 to even 30 episodes a season, which is, by the way, an extraordinary amount of work, and it's exhausting. So you have to have a large staff of writers, and principally, like I work in comedy, principally, you know, you'd be between 12 and 15 writers in a writer's room, but I think there are shows like, I mean, I don't know how many The Simpsons has now. I think probably 25. So it's a lot of writers who are employed, who are making a good living and making pension and health contributions. So it also there's a very practical reason for our union why these are necessary, besides just for our own members. With the advent of streaming, when they're doing 6 episodes, what their feeling was, we don't need a writing staff. And it was also, with the concerns of AI, a move to eradicate this idea. And we were also seeing, you know, our members who'd always been brought through every stage of production. That is how you train a showrunner. You train a showrunner as they move up the ladder in you know, year by year, from staff writer all the way up to executive producer, depending. They develop all those skills. They're on set. They're on set for their episode, so they're working with the director. They're understanding how production works. They're brought into editing. They're mentored. That is the whole basis of the U.S. system, and how we have showrunners be as successful as they are and as powerful, which, you know, we can talk about in a minute, which I think is absolutely the linchpin in many ways. I think writer power, and we witnessed this during the strike. Our showrunners are extraordinarily powerful. They're powerful to the companies, they're powerful to the business, and they're powerful with fellow writers. So it's a really important part of the stature. And when you think about the marquee names, you know, in terms of what we've exported and certainly what we have in our country, the marquee names in television are the showrunners. You know, it's Ryan Murphy. It's a Ryan Murphy show, or it's a David Chase show, or you know, and on and on. It's a Meredith Steam show, and so so as a result, we don't have the showrunner credit in the credits manual. However, something happened. We were going for minimum staff size, and in the language of assuring that there are a minimum number of writers in a writer's room for episode orders. So it's, you know, there's, you know, if it's under, I forget what we had, under 8 or, and then as it goes up and you add writers as it goes, we ended up getting in the MBA for the first time the word showrunner. And it is not defined. I can tell you what it says, because I actually made sure. I'll have to pull it up in a second, because the reason we couldn't go after it as its own thing is because a showrunner is not just a writer, it also has a production role. It falls out of the jurisdiction of the Writers Guild. So we have snuck it in there now, and in its implication, it talks about the showrunner as being the person who hires the writers and basically runs the room, and it's with an implication that it has to be a writer. It's now a lawyer, because I've asked them, even lawyers in the Writers Guild are like, no, it doesn't. It's not really. There's an argument where it doesn't say that. It's not a clear definition, but it was a first step for us, sort of getting that word in some place to be. I was going to say canonized. I don't think that's the right word.
Okay, so it means that you don't have, so how can you express by the credits the position of a showrunner? Is by the executive producer credits?
So it's an executive producer. It's oftentimes the creator of the show, but many times it's not. And it's usually, generally the first executive producer credit or the last is usually where it's chosen, one of those two. But you can kind of tell, and then word gets around, within the but it's an executive producer title. And unfortunately in the US, there are a lot of executive producers depending on the show. So yeah, it's important that it usually is signified in one of those two positions so that you understand who that is.
Okay, so I'm learning something, because I've always been amazed when I'm watching credits. You may have maybe 15 or 20 executive producers. I don't know what these guys have done from the show. And so now you are saying that you will be on the first or the last
Typically,
position.
that's the position, yeah. And the executive producers, by the way, many of them are also writers. And so as you move up, and if you watch Friends, for example, a lot of those executive producers by the last year or last 2 seasons of Friends were all writers that had been there since they were staff writers and worked their way up. And so they were actually writers, but that ends up being the top credit for a writer.
Okay. So, and is it possible to know what do they do, the other executive producers?
Sure. Sometimes they are the non-writing producer, so the pod. So sometimes it's that. Sometimes it's the actors producer. So they give actors these deals. Sometimes vanity deals, overall deals, and they give them a producer to develop material, to help develop material, find writers to develop material for them. So oftentimes it's their person. It could be an actor also in the show. I think that's, and then sometimes it could be a director who is like the series director who ends up, but they have to negotiate for those titles. I mean, that's outside of us, but they have to negotiate directly with the studio for those titles.
Okay, thank you. And so, Barbara?
You want to know about Italy?
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
How does it work for you?
Let's start from the possessive credit, because you know we are Italians, we are very creative. And so the Italian directors, I have to say, with the broadcasters, invented this new title, which is a serious buy. And the serious buy is usually given to the director, never to a writer. And the director can or cannot, it depends, they decide by themselves, write or don't write an episode. So if you are an important director in Italy, like Bellocchio or authors, considered authors, immediately you have a serious buy credit. This is something very new. I mean, it's just a couple of years that I see this kind of title, and I think it's a shame because they don't write alone the series. They write, if they write the series, they write it with a team, with a sort of a head writer in the writing room. So this is a very big problem that we have to solve, I mean. But we have a very strong, otherwise, we have a very strong law that comes from the 18th century when we had the opera. And the law says that the three authors of a project, of a film or a series, are the writers, the directors, and the composer. But as I was mentioning, we are very creative, and this law sometimes is completely forgotten by the production company and the broadcasters, unfortunately.
So it means that you could use this law to say that the series by credit is completely possessive.
Yeah.
It makes a confusion against the law. And so it could be possible.
It's, you know, in our country, it's a habit that the director has a credit for a film. It's always a film by, even if he didn't write a line of of a script. It's usual. And this is a big struggle that we have to do among the others. So we will solve it, I hope, with each single experience and every little changes that can come from, for example, my experience. I hope that will open the road for future writers to have what I.
And so does your guild can help screenwriters which are facing such a situation?
It's not so a serious buy. I just watched a couple of shows with this credit, and I know that we are trying to solve the problem. But there is a culture that is that the director is the main author of a project, and so we have to fight this habit.
Yeah, so we are still in 1937. It didn't change at all. So okay.
And so you can imagine how difficult it is to have the executive producer credit when you are a writer. If I decide to be a director, everything will be so easy for me, and this is probably what I will do next.
Okay. Okay. Have you seen such credits in your countries, Emma, or a series by?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've seen. Okay.
Not a director, not in the UK. I know that. I mean, it's a universal problem with film, but in TV, not in my experience. I'm looking at my fellow Brits. No, they're shaking their heads. No. Keep it away from us.
I say yes, but I'm not absolutely sure. A thing I know is that there is a series recently made by Paramount where the created by goes to the two producers who didn't write a single line.
Wow. Yeah. And so what happened?
Good question. What happened? Good question. Yeah, we.
Will you sue them now?
Will we see them? Yeah. I don't know exactly what we will do with this, but because we have to find a solution to generally and radically work against these credits. We can't pick out one and say we sue you. We have to find a solution because first we made this definition, and now we have to find ways to act against misuse of these credits, but it's nearly new that we are acting in this field. So consequently, and one thing we are doing is because the festivals normally in Germany don't mention the authors, that we write to them one after the other and go in discussions. For example, Tricia Tuttle is now chief of the Berlin Festival, and we I think Jan had a call yesterday with her talking about how to mention authors in the Berlin Festival now that she, coming from London where everything is fine, is directing the Berlinale Festival where since today authors didn't happen really. So these are steps we are doing now.
Yeah.
In the United States, again, that 755-page agreement, and this had to be negotiated, but if anyone other than the original writer is proposed to get a credit, it automatically goes into a credit arbitration. And credits in the United States are determined by writers. So if you bring up an arbitration, it goes to a volunteer panel of writers coming from the Writers Guild who decide by reading the various drafts as writers who should get credit, who should share credit, all of those things. So it's something we had to fight for, obviously, but it is credits are determined by writers is sort of the most important piece of this, I think, to understand of why it is worked. Now, not everybody's always happy with the results, but at least they're determined by writers.
And there is also something which is particular in the United States, is that your credits are linked to your economic rights.
Yes.
There is a true link between them, and I don't think we have this in other countries in the world. No, maybe. Emma?
We do in the UK.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, so
yes.
how does it work?
So I mean, even though I didn't on the show we were talking about, even though I didn't get that front credit, I did get some payment for the future episodes going forward because I had effectively created the show. So yes, it is. It's very much there is a connection between the credit and your and the money in the future.
It's our residuals. I mean, it's you can't have residuals on an episode you didn't write.
Yeah.
You know, so it's really crucial. And then obviously royalties if you created the show. I mean.
Okay, and so we saw we have a problem with created by credits, and so we are seeing Marcus that we have also problems with not credits but the way to make screenwriters appear for festivals and posters maybe also. So it's always a fight. How does it work in the writing rooms? Because now we have these writing rooms who come from the United States, and now they are spreading all over Europe. And so how people are credited when they work in a writing room? Maybe Marcus? Because I think you in Germany you have you obtained very clear distinctions of every kind of writers who could work in a writing room. You have staff writers. You have inspired of the minimum basic agreement, haven't you?
I'm not. I have made a bit of research, but I'm not really sure. Normally we have the distinction that someone who is not writing at least a storyline or an episode is not always credited. So someone sitting in the room and plotting is normally not credited by the television chains. And this is, but it's, let's say it's a bit theoretically, because often everybody in the room is writing a storyline, so they get a credit, but it's not a normal thing to say writer's room and then
it's not because of their position in the writing room. It's because they are writing the script of the episode after the brainstorming which was in the writing room. Is that it? Okay.
Yeah, you can say naturally that is something we can work on, but there is another discussion, and even with a streaming, there's another problem that normally the closing credits, they try to cut it or try not to show it because they say the viewer will switch off. So we have to find another solution to show the credits or not show the credits. And even the public broadcasters sometimes try really to reduce the closing titles to the minimum or show them at the left side, and in the right side there's an announcement of the next show or something like this, and try to keep it very simple and very in a reduced format, so you can't even read anyone who has worked on the show. And it's even worse in the new situation with the public broadcasters have a mediathek, something like a streaming platform. And they told us they can't say, if you're looking for an author, you won't find it. They haven't listed the authors in the mediathek. And they have said they have to do this by hand. They have to edit by hand for every episode, every format. They have to edit by hand. And now we try to have them edit by hand. And so it's really sometimes it's medieval, but but it's the situation, yeah.
And Barbara, how does it work for you
You have
in
to
your
say
writing
that
room?
staff writers are credited, of course, in a very bad position, that must be said.
But they have a special credit as a staff writer?
Staff writers, yes.
Okay.
When I started 20 years ago, I was credited as a junior story editor at the very end of the credits, but I had a credit. And no, I mean, we have a lot of problems. Probably this is not the main problem we have. I mean, unless you are really a ghostwriter. But if you come into a writer's room, there is an insurance, so the production company have to hire you as a staff writer, and so you can negotiate your credit without any particular problem.
And can you be a staff writer and not being also a writer of an episode?
Yes.
Yes, it's possible.
Yes,
Okay.
because you don't have a contract to write the episode. You are just a staff writer for the entire show, so you will take notes and make reports, whatever. But if you take part to the creative process, you can ask, in my case, the guys who work with me, the young guys, I recognize them if they give me an idea, and then I try to put in collaboration to the story. But you have to have a contract before. You have to be hired with a contract as a story creator or a screenwriter for a single script.
Okay, so it's possible to have a clear distinction between the two situations in which you have a writer which is entitled to a true credit and then royalties.
Yes, it's just a contract, a different contract.
And it's a different contract, okay. And what about...
Well, go ahead. I didn't know who you were looking at. Okay.
Emma?
Oh, sorry, no, I was just going to say, in the UK, I think it's a bit different, maybe unusual, it turns out, because staff writer as a credit like that just really isn't a thing at all. We do have some sort of big writing teams, for instance, soaps, but and people do get paid for a daily rate for being in a writer's room, but it's all about getting that credit as the credited writer of the episode. We don't really have a team of staff writers credit in the credits as such. It's just not really a thing.
Okay, thank you. And Betsy, how does it work for you?
We staff writers and I think story editors still get end credits. Everybody else gets credits before. But you know, in terms of getting a script and all of those things, traditionally, when you negotiate your deal, usually your agent negotiates whether you get a script. And so that's generally the way it is in the States. And then sometimes the staff writer may not get a script pre-negotiated, but you may give the staff writer a script so that they have that. Or maybe if there's two staff writers, you don't have enough scripts, you may have them split one. But I think generally, primarily, everybody tries to, showrunners try to, I should say good practices showrunners, try to give all the members of their writing staff a script if they can.
Okay. And so, you may, I think I quite understand that on the one created by credit, I think it's quite difficult. We see that it's sometimes difficult, but I think that most of producers agree now to have this kind of created by credits. And I also see that FSC, Federation of Screenwriters, worked on guidelines about credits that maybe you used for working in Germany. So I think that there is something which is quite developing, because some platforms prefer to have this kind of standardized situation. But what could be the main issue now about credits? Barbara, you were talking to me about the skip button.
Yes,
so,
I hate the skip button.
Yeah, but yeah.
Because I don't know, maybe in every country is different, but for example, in Italy, when you watch a show on Netflix and you watch it on television, because it depends on the device you are watching the show, if you go on television, you have to be super and you have to keep your remote control to stop and see who was the rider. It happens me a couple of days ago with Monsters by Ryan Murphy. I couldn't read Ryan Murphy. I said, he's serious. I mean, it just jumped
to the
other episode. So maybe this, I don't know if in each country it's like in Italy, but I think this is something that is a huge problem. One of the series I created, not the series I wrote, the 4th season of Suburra in Netflix, the writer's position, the title card for the writers was the 9th. So you have to push stop in your skip button to see who was the writer of the single episode and of the show. And I think this is something that affects all of us all over the world, because we have we need visibility for our work, and the skip button for me is a shame.
Yeah, I remember that at the beginning of platforms, the skip button, you had to push to click on the skip button if you wanted to go to the next episode.
Yeah.
So
now if you want to read the title, you have to say stop.
Yeah. And is it something that some of you are trying to negotiate in contracts, the skip button, or it's just something that it is
I know
impossible?
That my guild is...
they are working on it?
Yes, because it was very shame, the fact that happened on Suburra, so I know that there is a deal with Netflix there, and I think they are closing to have at least 5 seconds, and the writers must be in the main titles that you can read.
Okay.
Sorry, but it's worse. In Germany, Amazon Prime, they say that they don't even have opening credits anymore for German productions, German-speaking productions.
Yes, it is in Italy as well. They don't know, never opening titles, always ending credits.
And they tell you, oh, it's fine because you're going to be in the closing credits. Well, if no one sees them,
that's a problem.
No one can see them.
No, but what can we do about that? Because in the US, that's different. They can't do that. But what are we going to do about it?
Although we do have the skip button in the US too, unfortunately.
The opening credits you do have, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't think, and I'm not totally sure where we are.
I think sometimes you have opening credits and sometimes you are ending credits.
I think that is true. I think we don't always have opening credits. I think that is a streamer. It's something that is definitely bled. And I know that in the US, in terms of, they have to show the credits for the first episode. I know that is true. So the first episode of a series, you cannot skip those credits. You have to be able to see them.
Okay.
I have to say, and again, this is not, I don't know how much this is due to formal agreements, but just from observation, in most UK shows, if all is going as it should, even if you were to skip the opening credits, the name of the writer usually comes up over the beginning of the action, so people cannot actually skip that.
That's exactly right. And we also have it in our contract that the writer's credit has to come immediately before or after the director credit. It has to be tied to that.
And the pilot credit, you are telling that you need to have the credit on the first episode, which...
The created by credit, yes. The created by credit's on every episode.
Yeah, but to be sure to have it, is it mandatory by the contract to have it?
Yes.
Yes, it's mandatory by the contract. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And you can have it. I mean, I had a show years ago, and my created by credit came up over the title card. So it was in between the action, so you can't really skip over it. And the same thing, they're underneath the action, so there was no way to skip through it.
And this is also the habit for the public broadcasters in Germany. The only problem is that in the field of the other players in Germany, we have so many negotiations, basic negotiations about minimum wages, that for the moment we can't go also in this credit discussion. But for the ARD and ZDF, the two public chains, there are regulations. Yeah.
And so about that skip credit, so do you think it should be something to put on the agenda of our guilds or the FSC, I don't know, AWG? Because I think it's going to be complicated individually to negotiate for this kind of situation. What do you think about this?
I do believe that the guild have to do something for the skip button, because people, audience, not only people who work in the audiovisual industry, have to know who was the creator of a series, of any idea. Is something that it's the, you know, if you don't know who is the creator, it's the first step to the AI creator, because it's no one. So in my opinion, it has to be a name and a human being after a show or a film or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm.
All the more important to fight for opening credits? And, you know, because you just said you don't have the capacity, I get that because we're a smaller guild, but we shouldn't let that slip. We shouldn't let them get away with it, because once Amazon does it, like, everyone else will follow. If we don't have opening credits, we will not be able to fight the skip button at all. Strike!
Okay, so maybe to put the open credit on the agenda also. Betsy.
I mean, I agree with the sentiment. I mean, this gets back to the previous panel. It's you come up with a laundry list of things that you need to try to achieve, and it just matters how much. Where does that fall on the importance list? Because you're not going to get everything, so you have to decide which things are the most important. And I think it's a really interesting conversation because, and again, it's what is your power merit, right? And do you feel you have enough power, and are you willing to use your power towards that versus, I mean, you have your copyright here, we don't. So we oftentimes have to use ours towards residuals and towards our pension and health contributions. You know, there are things that we have to trade off for, and sometimes the credit is worth it. And like, I'll give you an example. One of Chris and David were talking about the rollbacks. And I was on the negotiating committee, and one of the rollbacks was the companies really didn't want to have to put the writer's name on the poster with the director of a film. And they wanted to roll that back. So if the writer is both of the writer and director, that they can just have it be, you know, a film by. And, you know, we fought it. And then eventually we were like, okay, because we had to sort of trade that. It's like, where does that fall on the level of importance when you're trying to achieve these other giant gains that we were going for? And so that's just my feeling about that. I think it's a really interesting, worth the conversation, and whether it's something you fight for is really what else you have that you have to get.
Okay, time's up. Okay, so thank you very much, Barbara, Betsy, Emma, Marcus. Thank you for your attention, and bye-bye.
Our next panel from the World Conference of Screenwriters focused on artificial intelligence. In this conversation, experts and screenwriters talk about what's being done to protect screenwriters and what we need to do next.
We are here to talk about artificial intelligence and what happens next. Now, we all know around the FSE and IAWG tables that AI and the looming threat of AI has been a really big topic of conversation. So we've got a pretty incredible panel here today, but I always hate introducing people because I hate when people introduce me, and it's always weird what people say. So I am going to let the panel introduce themselves. So Ellen, I'm going to start with you.
Hi, I'm Ellen Stutzman. I'm the Executive Director of Writers Guild of America West.
Victoria Shen. I'm the Executive Director for the Writers Guild of Canada.
My name's Abigail Rikas. I am a lecturer in law and innovation at the University of Galway, and I research authorship, copyright, and AI.
And I'm David Kavanagh. I'm a citizen of the world.
Okay, so I wanted to start by talking with Ellen and Victoria about the wins and the negotiations that you guys have achieved in your territories, because I think there's a lot of doom and gloom as a writer about AI, and we're all getting told that, you know, it's going to kill our careers, that especially those of us who work in soaps, within 5 years, AI is going to be writing our first drafts and there'll be one writer on a show doing all the polishes. And I was kind of hoping that we'll maybe see if we can inject a little bit of optimism into the conversation today about artificial intelligence. So, Ellen, in terms of the WGA negotiations and the win, how are you guys feeling about AI?
Well, I would just say that I think writers in the US didn't feel differently than the sentiment you expressed as we were going into negotiations. You know, our contract expired May 1, 2023, and we do preparations well in advance. So you go back to 2022 and, you know, surveying the members and all the things David and Chris and Lisa and Meredith talked about, and ChatGPT had come out. And so, of course, members were raising the concern, and we were having meetings where our members, you know, were expressing the same fears. And you know, we were dealing with a speed up in television where we had writers working for shorter periods of time, doing more work for less pay with smaller staffs. And obviously AI, you know, represented the potential end game. So all the same fears and concerns. And, you know, when we went into our negotiations, you know, our view is, under our collective bargaining agreement, you know, it defines what writing is and isn't. And the way we would approach AI is to essentially say it's not writing, it's not literary material, it's not source material like a book a writer may adapt. And kind of went in and treated it simply that way. That, you know, a producer could give a writer something generated by AI and they could look at it, but it wouldn't affect their compensation or credits. It'd be like a Wikipedia page. And obviously the companies had no response. They didn't talk to us. We sat in bargaining across the table from them, and we'd make a presentation about AI, and they wouldn't say a word back, which is, you know, paranoia-inducing. Obviously, that's not good. You know, it was like a real miscalculation on their part. And so, you know, obviously we went out on strike over a lot of issues, but AI was very galvanizing to writers. And, you know, when we finally went back into negotiations 100 days later, the companies realized they had to engage on AI and essentially agreed with us that, you know, AI generated material is not literary material or source material. It does not affect a writer's compensation or credits. We also negotiated that a writer can't be forced to use AI in their writing, but they can choose to if they want to and if a company allows it. Because obviously we have members that span, you know, the entirety of views on AI, people who will never want to use it and obviously refer to them as plagiarism machines, and then writers who are interested in experimenting, and so you have to cover that experience. And then on the issue of training of AI systems, that was the one issue that we did not essentially reach an agreement with the studios on, because they're not really the ones training AI systems. And, you know, they had an issue with that, and we have an issue with that. And so we essentially reserved our position and, you know, have to take our fight with OpenAI and the other companies outside of the bargaining table because they're not signatories to our agreement, and, you know, fight with them, you know, either in the courts, in public policy, here in the EU with our allies.
Great, thank you. And Victoria, what about Canada?
So we went to the bargaining table in October 2023, and you guys had just come out of your strike. And so in our bargaining prep, like, we didn't know if you were going to be done your strike. So we didn't know what language they were going to get. So we really just had to decide for ourselves what our position was going to be. And I recall in the months leading up to bargaining, I was reading every single article, everything that was ever published about AI. And finally we had to stop because it wasn't giving us clarity on what position we should take. And ultimately, we had to just decide, like, we have to decide for ourselves what's important to us. And there is a certain there's certain speculation that's involved, but ultimately, you can't get strong language if you don't know what you're fighting for. So we had to decide. And so I think we came down to like 4 main kind of principles and ideas. So 1, we want to preserve work opportunities for screenwriters. Writers, not robots. So that was 1. 2, we wanted to preserve the craft of screenwriting, right? So we didn't want anybody using AI and they could call themselves a screenwriter. And mostly, not just anyone, we're mostly concerned about producers using AI and calling themselves a screenwriter. 3rd, we were concerned about our credit and compensation, so that if somebody used some AI somewhere along the way, as my colleague Bruce had mentioned, we are not the Rewriters Guild of Canada. We're not here to sort of copyright launder your non-copyrightable AI-generated material and make it original for you. So that was something that we were concerned about. And lastly, the unauthorized use of copyrighted content. So this is the training and the scraping. So once we decided on those 4 things, it gave us a practical way of looking at our existing agreement and try to think about how do we actually protect against these 4 things with our current language. And in some cases, our language was maybe 75% of the way there. But in other cases, we had these sort of like big gaping holes, right? And so I think the exercise of thinking about, okay, how do we take these concepts and put them into agreement language, that's a much more like strategic and technical kind of exercise, right? So where we landed in terms of the practical things, so we got recognition that all references to writers under our agreement are human beings. That was actually a huge fight. Again, this notion of credit and compensation and the way that we would treat material that's been touched by AI. So one of the challenges, I think, coming after the WGA was the producers kept on saying, we've already offered you what the WGA got. And 1, that was a lie, because they did not. 2nd, they were cherry picking things. And part of the cherry picking things was not acknowledging the fact that you guys got substantial and incredible minimum staffing guarantees, right? And so we knew that there was going to be guaranteed work. Maybe we would feel a little bit differently about AI. So that was a huge piece. And the other piece too is our agreement is very different in some respects to the WGA agreement. And in some cases, it's like we had some things that they didn't have, but there are other aspects of it where it's structurally completely different. And so you needed to have very different language in order to achieve the same thing. And that made it sometimes quite difficult to kind of explain it even to our own members, why what was being offered by the producers was not sufficient. So similarly, we have the same notion of, we call it source material, you guys call it literary material, but it's basically we treat any AI generated content as though we're kind of like a public domain thing. We don't recognize it. It's not going to in any way impact your compensation and credit. A key component that's very different from the WGA is in our warranties and indemnities, our writers warrant that their work will not be generated in whole or in part by AI. And one of the key concerns that we had is under our agreement, producers can routinely contract themselves as a writer. And so there's no way to kind of separate allowing writers to use AI as a tool but not letting producers, because legally under our agreement, once they contract themselves, they are in fact a writer. So I think that was a key component for us in terms of preserving the craft of screenwriting, right? So there is a general against prohibition for our writers to be using AI in the final product that they're putting in. With respect to the training, that again is also another piece where we had to make a concession. We wanted a complete and utter ban on using our writers' content to train AI, and the producers would not agree to it. One of the key challenges for us is under our agreement, we represent both live action writers as well as animation writers. And in our live action section, we keep the copyright, but the license in the live action section is quite narrow, so we felt pretty good that with our existing language, producers cannot use our content to use AI. But in our animation section, that license is very, very broad. And so we felt that our argument there was quite weak and maybe more similar. The license is so broad, it's almost as though they didn't actually have the copyright. So that was more similar to the WGA. So where we landed on that is two parts. One, we have a reservation of rights, which is very similar to the WGA position, which is it's our position, you can't use our work for training for AI, and that sort of covers everything that was produced up till the recent agreement. So we will have to fight that issue when that arises. But moving forward, if a producer wants to contract for the use of AI training, they are required to have what we called informed and conspicuous consent. So that's borrowed very much from the SAG-AFTRA language. So first they have to, hang on, let me think. Okay, there's 4 parts to it. I'm trying to remember our language. So one, they have to obtain consent before they use it. They have to explain, provide like a reasonable description of its intended use, and then there has to be like a separate signature line next to that clause, and there has to be an explicit language to say we are wanting to use this for training for AI. So again, we were concerned that this AI training piece was going to get shoved into some sort of boilerplate contract, and our writers wouldn't be able to see it. So, but that was, I'll have to say, like, that was one of the more challenging conversations that we had with our negotiating committee, because there was this significant difference between what the rights of our animation writers had versus our live action. And one of the things that we really wanted to do in this round was to try to erode or get rid of that inequality. And it was very hard to achieve that on the AI piece, and we had lots of conversations with, you know, do we have to concede that we just can't fix that historic inequality for our 2 groups of writers? Or is this new technology, and if we don't try to like make those differences the same, that we're now building on that inequality? Do you know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? So we had lots of conversations with that. I think ultimately we're happy with where we landed, and I think I'll just say too that we came close to a strike. It took us 7 months of bargaining, 9 days of scheduled negotiations. Our agreement expired. We had further 6 days of conciliation, and then our guild's first ever strike authorization vote. We had a 97% positive vote, and I will tell you that the producers immediately changed their position. When we started in bargaining, when we brought up AI, they told us that we should be excited because AI was going to create all these new shows that our writers could work on. And then when we didn't believe them, they were not that empathetic. They said they were empathetic. We're like, we understand why you're concerned about this, but there's nothing we can do. The technology is coming. Boo-hoo, so sad, too bad. And then when we got our strike authorization vote, they immediately issued a press release telling everyone in the industry how much they value screenwriters. It was never their intent to replace us with AI. And, you know, we're looking forward to working with you into this bright future, so.
So, David Kavanagh, how optimistic can you be about artificial intelligence?
As I was saying earlier, we have to get fairly quickly to the point where we can strike, because you can see very clearly what the capacity to strike or to threaten to strike does to the negotiations. We can't do that kind of negotiation in Europe at the moment, and we certainly can't do it about AI. Do you want me to go through this thing right now?
I think you should go through this thing right now.
All right, okay. As you know, what we have got is politics and lobbying and legislation.
And I'm unfortunately going to take you through some of that legislation. I'll try to go as fast as I can. Is it on the screens around there? You can see this?
No, it is not. It is, yes.
It is? Okay. You have to read all of this first, right? No, you don't. This is Articles 3 and 4 of the Copyright Directive from 2019. The Copyright Directive in 2019 invented a thing called text and data mining exception. Our copyright rules doesn't work like fair use in the United States. It works on the basis that copyright applies except where there's an exception, except where there's a specific exception. And they designed this specific exception for text and data mining. They were thinking of research institutions and universities, and this interesting thing that was people were talking about at the time, that you could analyze vast amounts of data and discover patterns. It was all terribly interesting, and researchers wanted to work with this. But they also acknowledged that if there's an exception to copyright, it shouldn't necessarily have to apply to every single person. If you personally felt, I don't want my work to be used in whatever this research is they're doing in the university, then you could expressly reserve your work, but only if it was in a machine-readable fashion, on the logic that it would be digital copying in this research and database, so you would have a digital form of reserving your position. That was all fine. Nobody cared about it. We didn't argue against it at the time. And then the European Commission was working away on the AI Act, addressing artificial intelligence. And right in the middle of their work on that, along came ChatGPT and large language model, generative AI, which they had not anticipated, which they didn't know what to do about. And what they have done is problematic. That's just to summarize that. Here's another one. The AI Act repeated the idea of the reservation and said, yes, an individual who's the rights holder of a piece of copyright, who doesn't want it used in artificial intelligence, in assembling the data sets for artificial intelligence, can say, no, I want to keep my work out. And there's the exact language in Article 53, which is the article in the AI Act that addresses large language model generative AI. But you may notice that there's a slight variation in the language there. So if you don't mind, I'll leave that one until later and come back to that one, because it gives you a good indication of how weird this whole thing gets extremely quickly. The AI Act addressed large language generative AI at a time when nobody really knew what it was. And so therefore they struggled with an awful lot of the concepts, and they struggled, of course, with the fact that the American companies who were developing AI, and some of the Europeans as well, were putting them under considerable pressure. You may remember that Macron was absolutely determined that an AI company being developed in France should be permitted to get on with it without anybody stopping him, and Scholz had the same idea about an AI company in Germany. So there's real pressure being put on the Commission to try and on the Parliament to try to get this done. And these are the things that they have to do. What they decided was, we can't do much of it now. We don't know what it means, so we'll put down general principles which we'll work on later, what they call enabling acts to bring it into. And this is the one that all of us, FSC and all of the other authors' organizations, worked so hard to keep in. Large language model generative AI companies will be required to put in place a policy to comply with European Union law on copyright. Right. Now, when they wrote that down, they knew perfectly well that that's impossible. What does large language model do? It steals copyright. That's the basis of the whole thing. It wouldn't exist if it didn't steal all of your copyright and the copyright of every human copyright owner on the planet. So how can they put in place but they knew they had to, because there is European Union copyright law, so it's just left there. And then they also decided, you should be able to know whether your work has been used by one of these data sets, right? But the company said, no, that's completely impossible. You cannot do that. We mashed it all up into this big mess, and we can never take back out again the individual item. So you have this ludicrous phrase, a sufficiently detailed summary. What does that mean? So what they've done is they've set up an artificial intelligence office which already has 150 staff working for it. And they're going to establish a code of practice for what they call general purpose artificial intelligence, which includes large language model generative AI that we have been talking about. And Denis has been doing fantastic work making sure that FSE is well placed in it. And I'm really pleased that IAWG and WGA, Writers Guild of America, and the International Affiliation also submitted to this system. A hugely complicated questionnaire was sent out to everybody. As Denise said, it was sent out on the 25th of July, asking you to reply by the something of August. And the Commission knew perfectly well that that's when everybody in Europe is on the beach. The other thing that the Commission quite often does is publish a document like this on the 23rd of December. This was the one they did here. But nonetheless, they got 430 submissions, including from us. And they got more than 1,000 requests to participate in the drawing up of the code. What were they going to do with the 1,000 people applying? You have two choices. Either you pick the ones you want and tell 950 that, or else you let everybody in, knowing full well that it's just going to be complete cacophony and you can do what you want in the middle of the cacophony. So what they did was they let everybody in. It had its first meeting on the 30th of September, and the code is supposed to be completed by August 2025. Now that I'm free of constraints and so on and so forth, I can say that I think probably it won't be ready by August 2025.
Really?
Yeah. Shock horror. A lot of people are very angry about the fact that their property was stolen by these companies. And they tend to think that just because the companies say, no, it's too late, it's all done now, there's nothing you can do about it, it's all over, that they don't agree with that. A very good organization in Germany called the Initiative Urheberrecht, run by a person that some of you may remember used to run the German Writers Guild, Katharina Uppenbrink, published a study in the last few days that said, A, copying the material to put into a data set is an act of reproduction and is therefore against copyright law. B, the reservation system that was designed for text and data mining in 2019 cannot be applied now to artificial intelligence. It's a completely different thing. It's not university research about pattern recognition. It's economic. They're supposed to be, okay, admittedly they're losing a lot of money, but they're supposed to be making money. A very brave guy called Robert, I think it's pronounced Knetschke, but some German will correct me on that, a stock photographer in Germany, found most of his work he could reproduce very easily using Stability AI. And Stability AI had used the data set which came from this organization, Lion, which is a non-profit research organization in a university in Hamburg. He took them to court. The court decided the following. One, that Lion does copy material to build the data set. Now that may seem like a small thing, but Lion argued very aggressively that they don't do anything of the sort. They just record the URLs of images or text or whatever. They don't actually, but the court said, no, it's an act of reproduction. So this is important to us. But secondly, the court said the text and data mining exception that we've been discussing does apply here, and therefore he lost his case and it was dismissed. But what the court didn't do was it didn't say anything about what kind of reservation of rights must you have. And we come back to the thing that I was telling you about at the beginning about machine-readable and state-of-the-art technology. And the court said, state-of-the-art technology has now changed. And in fact, it's perfectly possible now for state-of-the-art technology to read text. So if you have a text-based reservation, you just write on your script, can't be copied. Nowadays, state-of-the-art technology should be able to read that, which maybe will give us a resolution to the serious problem of how we go about getting a machine-readable reservation on our rights. So maybe worth knowing. And they also said that they did not address the use of the Lion data set in generating AI. The court's decision was exclusively about, was the guy's work copied to make the data set? It wasn't about, was the data set used to make AI? So that's another topic that has to come before the court. And it also said that they didn't have an opinion about material that was going to be generated by large language artificial models, which might generate something that you previously owned, Robert's stock photography or whatever. So the point about telling you all of this in maybe too exhaustive detail is, it's not over. when the companies say no, this is all over and done with, we're not talking about copyright anymore. That's all finished with all of that. That was in the past. Forget it. It's not all over. It's in the courts. It's going to stay in the courts, and there will be more court cases coming behind this. And the court's position aren't yet decided on most of the key issues. And also, it's still in the politics. It's still the case that the law says that the system has to respect European copyright law. And I don't see in logic how it can respect European copyright law. So there's an interesting work to be done there. And somebody mentioned this survey that we did earlier. The survey was done first by the German Guild, a very nice, simple survey. Unfortunately, at the time that it was being done, the Scandinavian countries were already, the Nordic countries were already doing their own questionnaire, so that tripped over. We put it out in English to everybody, which was also a limitation. So it was only answered by about 600 people, something like that, 550 people, if I remember correctly. So it's not hugely representative of anything, but nonetheless, I think it tells you something about writers' general attitude to artificial intelligence. An increasing number, the first study we did said 30%, and it said 40%. Pretty much everybody has had a go with it, has tried it out to see what it can do. Now, my personal opinion is that it can't write. And the reason that it can't write is because it can't write like a human, and it can't write like a human because A, it can't write, and B, it's not a human. And I don't, I don't really see that we need to worry in any way that it's going to write credible scripts. But what it does do is it generates pretty good notes on scripts or analyses of scripts. And producers in Europe are already beginning extensively to do that. The notes that you're getting from producers nowadays are quite likely to have come from an AI program. A very interesting one is called Genario. It's French. You should look it up and have a look at it. It's very clever. It looks very elegant. And right at the end of it, it has the logo of the SACD, the French Collective Management Organization, which appears to somehow or another have endorsed a program built on the theft of scripts from, I don't understand how that has happened. We don't either. Most of them say, nah, I had to go. It's interesting for research or something, Personally, I got the German language 300-page version of the Initiative for Herberek text, and I promptly put it into ChatGPT for summary in English, and it gave me a very good summary in English immediately.
But how do you know?
Well, it might have been lying.
It does that.
A lot. They also said that they expected that producers would use it as a gimmick to pay writers less. You can see the percentages are going up here. They also said that they don't have anything about AI in their contracts. And you'll be pleased with this, Ellen. On the recommendation of the German Guild, we put the full text of the WGA agreement on AI into the questionnaire, and 83% of them said that they would like to have the WGA deal. So the trouble with this is it's a never-ending story or a story without an ending. I can't come to some clever ending at the end of this. It's all ongoing. But I think the key thing to say is it's not finished. The argument in Europe is really only starting. It will take years, but it's absolutely not finished. They stole everybody's copyright. If they're allowed to get away with that, they would have broken the copyright and droit d'auteur system, and we can't allow that.
Thank you so much for that, David. So, Abby, from your perspective, can writers feel at all optimistic right now in terms of artificial intelligence?
Well, I mean, I feel like I've had my thunder stolen just a little bit because this is actually what I research. So that whole lecture, those slides, just pretend it's me saying that.
Well, you're more than welcome.
I would reiterate that we are in a moment of flux, and we are at an inflection point where there is opportunity here. And there are 32 lawsuits happening in the United States against generative AI models, be they large language models or diffusion models. So these litigations are ongoing, and some of them could potentially be industry killers. Oh God, I'm blanking on the name of the case. There's one that's relating to images, and that one, if we take the U.S. copyright damages, statutory damages, the damages could run into the trillions. And even the most well-funded large language or diffusion model are going to balk at that. So we do have litigation that is ongoing. I'm actually somewhat surprised that there hasn't been more litigation here in Europe, because I think that the copyright law here is much clearer and much more restrictive of what these generative AI companies have done in training on this data. It's more clearly in violation of EU law than it is in the United States, where we have fair use. So I'm somewhat surprised that we only have the Lion case coming out of Hamburg and that there haven't been more, particularly when it comes to the written word. It's somewhat shocking to me. There's also sort of, we have in the artist space, in the image generating space, there's a couple of interesting things happening where a couple of companies have developed poison pills to be included in the metadata. One's called Nightshade and the other one's called Glaze. Nightshade makes the generative AI model produce interesting and unpredictable outcomes, and Glaze makes the images that are produced appear essentially bad. So there are people out there who are developing technological solutions to push back against the unauthorized scraping. The flip side of that, of course, is it is actually impossible to pull things out of a data set. When the AI is trained, it would involve throwing it all out and starting again with good data. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that. That is not what I'm saying. I'm just somewhat realistic about the money involved and the power of the people with the money. And it makes me somewhat pessimistic that we will, first of all, have the ability to pull things out because they're not going to want to retrain. And then secondly, when we're talking about the volume of data that goes into training these generative AI models, you know, while they may give us a register, that register is going to be so difficult to manage. You will actually need a machine learning model to access it to figure out whether or not you are included in that data set. It will not be easily searched in the way that we would hope. So, mixed bag?
That sounds fair. So David mentioned it as he was talking. I think we often, when we think about AI, or certainly I do as a screenwriter, think about AI writing scripts. But as you pointed out, there's also now a lot of new tech which is around AI being kind of the development executive or the development reader and doing those sifts and first passes. And, you know, while we would all love if production companies got back to us quicker, or indeed got back to us at all, how do we feel about AI being used in that end, in reading scripts and choosing scripts?
Can I go quickly on that one?
Go quickly.
There's 2 points on it. First of all, maybe it's good news. It's not going to hurt writers, but it's going to hurt development executives. Maybe that's good news, you know? The other one is to beware of the fact of the impact this has on the contracts that you're signing right now. You sign in a contract that you are the original author of the work. And if you don't sign that, if you don't say that you're original author of the work, there's no chain of title. There's no chain of title from the beginning. If AI has been used, you cannot guarantee that you are the original author of the work. You may be, or you may not be. So if you are signing a contract at the moment that says you are the original author of the work and you have used AI, you're potentially in trouble. There needs to be liability clauses in our contracts saying who's liable if this turns into a shitstorm, which it might very easily do. And the other thing I think that's really important to point out in terms of the great deals that you guys have done, our producers don't give a damn. We know that most independent producers across Europe are going to buy these programs and use them and probably not tell you that they're using them. So, you know, it really is genuinely problematic. If the producer sends you notes and you act on the notes, have you now undermined your contract? Maybe. If the producer sends you notes and asks you to write something, Did the notes that he sent, were they actually built on somebody else's writing from X number of years ago that can't be dug out? I also think, and Denis was talking about it earlier, this issue that you're saying about they can't dig the information out. The report of the Initiative for Herberecht goes into that in some detail, and I didn't understand the vast majority of it, even translated by ChatGPT. They say fairly emphatically that they can. It'll cost a fortune, but they could. And the line that the strategic line that's being taken, WGA has been involved in this as well. The strategic line is, if you say that you can't take the information out, then you've stolen all our copyright. This is not legitimate. It's an illegal text. Get rid of it, and we'll help you to design a new, clean, green database for the future, right? Of course they're going to say, no, what are you talking about? We're not going to close down OpenAI. It's going to go bankrupt next week, but we're not going to close it down voluntarily. And hopefully the end answer would be their determined assistance. It's absolutely impossible to dig the material out will turn out to be something that can actually be solved when they're faced with the financial consequences of not doing it.
Abby, did you want to come in there?
There were just sort of two things. The first one is there has been some litigation on the protectability of generative AI outputs. And the indication thus far is that they are not protectable. Yeah. And that is actually, I think, when I'm sort of going backwards here, but you asked if there's room for hope, I actually think that that is a potentially very powerful thing for artists, authors, creators, because who's going to invest in something that they can't protect? That somebody can come along and say, well, there's more than a de minimis amount of AI in this, so yoink, I'm using it. That, I think, is potentially something that, from the money end of things, is going to be a disincentive to using generative AI. And your point of, if they're coming along and using generative AI to give you notes, does that then become that de minimis amount of AI integration, which then takes it out of the protection of copyright? So that, to me, is a really powerful and sort of potentially hopeful thing.
Hope is good. Ellen?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, and something we've advocated very strongly in the U.S., that AI-generated material, shouldn't be copyrightable, because copyright is for humans. I'm just going to add, and I forgot to mention this, one of the other conditions in our agreement is if a company provides a writer with something that's AI-generated, they have to tell them. And we also got regular meetings with the companies to talk about what they're doing. And so we've been doing that process, this year. And I mean, for the most part, all of the large companies are very much holding back on what they may do on AI. And it's a bit of a wait and see. But we have raised that issue of notes. Because our view is you actually you haven't acquired the right from a writer to, put something into an AI system. And none of the large companies say they're not doing it yet. We've heard about independent producers possibly who are not, generally our members' employers. And we've raised that issue with the larger companies because they need to know if a producer who's working with a writer on a project but not an employee is actually taking that script and putting it in AI, it is potentially a problem for the certificate of authorship or whatever. So I think, we're continuing to look at those issues, but in general, there's a slower adoption of anything in the U.S. Precisely because of the copyright issue.
I don't really think AI is currently being used in Canada, although we do kind of anticipate that it's coming for animation. And actually, even at the bargaining table, it was very clear to us from what the producers were saying that they were hoping to use AI to get rid of storyboard artists and other artists. And so I don't necessarily find that comforting that it's not replacing screenwriters, but they're going to replace other artists and creatives in that process. And I also feel like that was one of our arguments at the bargaining table. It's like the whole basis of your business is proprietary IP that you get to exploit and merchandise. So the idea that you're going to plug all of this content into an open AI source, it doesn't make any sense to me because now anybody can reproduce what you do, right? So I do think, yeah, so we're kind of monitoring that in particular. We do see a lot of articles coming out of the US with production companies, particularly in the animation space, talking about using AI. And again, animation's unique because they're working with much shorter formats, simpler storylines, and there's a lot of seasons and a lot of content that they can draw from.
Thank you. So earlier in the year, myself and Sarah Deering both attended virtually the WIPO session, you think, and I think my one sentence response to her was, "Oh, sweet Jesus, artists are our own worst enemies." So my kind of wrap-up question to the panel is, what should writers and artists do so that we are actually helping ourselves in the fight against AI and that we are not being our own worst enemies? David, I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's relatively straightforward. You have to collectively bargain constraints on whatever producers and broadcasters you can negotiate with, and you have to advise your members how to alter and amend their contracts so as they protect themselves as much as possible. And frankly, the work that's already been done in the States and in Canada gives you a perfect set for how to go about this. It can only be done on the basis of collective bargaining. It can't be done individual contract by individual contract, so it has to fit into your collective bargaining plans. And for those of you who aren't collectively bargaining, here's another item to add to the list of things you want to collectively bargain about. The annoying thing about AI is that it's such a useless, stupid distraction. I mean, when we have so many actually important things to do, to have to address this nonsense is so frustrating. But you have to. I mean, otherwise it fundamentally undermines the property, the rights that you are all creating become pointless and useless if they're just a collection of words which can be generated by a machine.
Yeah. Thanks, David. Abby?
All of what he said. This is just like my thing of the day. Everything he says, I agree with. I think really the most important thing that artists, creators, is be squeaky wheels, be annoying, be loud. You know, I mean, collectively bargain if that is something you are able to do. But the more people are aware of what generative AI is, where it comes from, how it's developed, because I think a lot of people don't really think about it. They just sort of use it reflexively. I know I spend a lot of time, I teach college students. I read a lot of generative AI content. It's not good. I mean, this is, whenever anyone asks me if I'm worried about generative AI, and my answer is always not particularly, because it's not very good. It doesn't do anything particularly well, anything creative particularly well. But the louder you are, the more you're talking to legislators, the more you are putting pressure on legislators, because a lot of this does need to happen at the law level as opposed to individual contracts. We need to make sure that the framework of the law supports you rather than supports companies that are exploiting you.
Thank you. Victoria?
So I routinely get salespeople trying to sell me AI because I'm at the Writers Guild, and I don't know why they think that's a good idea. In fact, the other week, I got a salesperson from an AI company who's looking for English writers to improve their AI responses. And he followed up with me several times because he thought that our writer members would be the perfect candidate to do this. So one of the things we said at the bargaining table is you are basically trying to sell us automatic cashier register things to a bunch of cashiers, and we don't want it. This is not going to be a tool that helps us. This is not a tool for efficiency. This is a tool to replace us. So I think people want to use it as a tool, and I would just caution writers in your own work. Like, are you, when you're using this tool, really training the AI to become better script writers? You know, really think about that before you start using it as a tool.
And Ellen?
Okay, my flip answer is continue your personal therapy, to work on your self-esteem, to remember that Irving Thalberg quote about how irreplaceable writers are. Because as someone who represents writers, just in awe of what you do as human creators. That's so important and special and powerful. And just work together with your guilds, with FSC, with IAWG. I think, together we can make sure that, authors are protected going forward.
Unsurprisingly, Ellen Stutzman with the perfect line to finish this up on. Thank you so much to my incredible panel. I hope you all enjoyed that as much as I did.
And now, our final podcast from the World Conference of Screenwriters. Our special guest, Terry George, is in conversation with Laura Slattery from the Irish Times, discussing the theme, "The Future is Unwritten."
Hello, hi. We're going to go straight into this, the last session of the day. I'm Laura Slattery from the Irish Times, and I'm introducing this keynote session with Terry George, who most of you here will know his work well, and hopefully you heard him in the panel session yesterday. So we just have 30 minutes, so we're going to get straight into it, Terry. We heard there in the session about the advent of AI and the legislative mess around it and perhaps the threat that it poses. We also hear a lot more these days about how obsessed the streamers in particular may be with the perceived kind of limits to human attention and how they're trying to respond to that. But this isn't the first time that writers have had to contend with rapid advances in technology, is it? I know you wanted to talk a little bit about that.
I did because, writers and technology, the initial exchange wasn't so rapid. If you go back to the first writing, which was basically a stone scraping on a wall, to reeds on papyrus, to quills on paper, to the Gutenberg press, that covered a span of 2,500 years. Then from the Gutenberg press up until the Industrial Revolution was another 300 years. Then we had mass distribution of printing and mass education, 20 years, took us to 1900. The radio arrived, brought the arrival of scriptwriters, quickly followed by film, scriptwriters again, talkies, television, more scriptwriters in the course of 50 years. Then in 1960, along came the device that changed our world. It wasn't the computer, it was the remote control device. Once you had to get up off that seat, or not get off the seat to change the channel, the attention span of audiences around the world went out the window. That single device changed our writing world more than anything. It led to multiple channels, multiple flicking. We all know that, to hooks, to 7-minute presentations, and to advertising and all the rest of it. The remote control device changed our world completely. Quickly followed by the computer, and then the internet, social media, and now AI. And the last panel was pretty scary listening to it, because it's easy to say now that AI is not very creative. The internet in 1980 was absolutely fucking useless. It took you half an hour to download a page. So let's not be Luddites and naive about where AI is going. But let's go back and look at the progression of drama as that technology of writing goes. In 500 BC, Socrates wrote Oedipus Rex. Oedipus killed his father, slept with his mother, married her, and then blinded himself. Jump forward 2,500 years to the year 2000. Tony Soprano's mother wanted to kill him, right? His father killed everybody else around him. Jump forward another 10 years. Brian Cox in Succession, all of his family wanted to kill him. We have at the center of our drama, at the center of what we do, a core of drama around the family. Something no AI machine is ever going to want to sleep with its mother. No AI machine is going to produce Wim Wenders' last film. Let's take a toilet cleaner and follow his life through. So that creativity that we have, the craziness of life can't be replicated at the moment. And that's why the joy of script writing is to tap into that craziness, to tap into the family, to find the emotions that we're used to. The family is the core of everything we do because it's the police station, it's the hospital, it's the Marvel superheroes, it's everything back there that we grew up with. And you have to grow up and experience these things to convey that to an audience. And it's how we convey that through comedy, tragedy, or whatever action that carries our business forward. And in that, I see great hope. So I'm seriously worried about AI, not because of, and Dave Kavanagh's presentation was wonderful, not because of the regulation and the law, but because of the people who cheat. The problem with the internet was not the wonderful availability of information, it's the fucking mountain of lies that have poured forth from it that have changed our society. That's the key problem with the internet, disinformation. And we have to expect the same with AI, and we have to be out there fighting that cause. That's just a jump forward here.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying the kernel of storytelling and great storytelling remains the same no matter how much the technology changes. But over time, you know, with changes in technology, is there, you know, something that can be gained as well? I mean, you know, obviously the form of storytelling may change in order to satisfy funders, commissioners, the sort of perception of what people want, but can that evolve in a positive way that storytellers can really, I suppose, you know, hone what they do, hone their craft, or is something being lost along the way?
No, I think the honest use of technology is a wonderful thing and has definitely changed all our lives. I mean, when you're researching either a film or a TV series now, you don't have to travel around the world. You can go on Google Maps and you can see the street and the house, and you can watch films from that location or television series from that location. The streamers, the good thing about the streamers is they democratized entertainment and our information exchange. You can see really good programs from all over the world. Korean drama, Spanish crime stories, Scandinavian crime stories. Subtitles are no longer a curse. Everyone, my wife puts subtitles on everything now. Basically, American television, Irish television, subtitles are there. I think it takes a bit away from the actors. They wouldn't agree with me. But so that use of information, I think, is fantastic and has also changed our lives. But what we now face, and this, I think, is as big a problem as AI, is the mountain of lies that we have to write against and fight against. Mainly instituted by one man, the devil himself, Rupert Murdoch. Rupert Murdoch changed our world. He managed to capitalize and commercialize fear and lies. And he took it from Australia to Britain to the United States of America. And on November 5th, he may reach the crescendo of his expansion around the world and have Donald Trump elected the second time. It's a real, I mean, it's beyond belief to all of us here. A serial rapist, liar, you know, just buffoon. Hollywood actually made a movie where the biggest laugh in it, in Back to the Future, was that one of the protagonists was Donald Trump as president. And here we are, 30 years later, with that as a reality. So I think we're in a cultural battle now for the truth. And that's a fundamental thing that we have to take into consideration all the time, that we're fighting for the truth, and that using, whether it's the internet or whatever, and our stories to tell the truth of events around the world. Particularly on two issues, immigration and climate change. Those are the two biggest lies being told at the moment. And it's up to writers, because writers down through history have been the moralists who have preached, whether it was Shakespeare or Chaucer or Swift or whatever, they had a morality that they sold to people. And it falls on us to fight this battle now for the truth against this deluge of lies.
And so two related questions. I mean, you mentioned yesterday that you believed it was important that when you are, being a social activist filmmaker, that you also remember that, these films are entertainment. And I suppose my related question is, just as you mentioned, immigration and climate change as huge battlegrounds at the moment. Is there enough work on those subjects coming through at the moment?
No, obviously not. They are the burning issues of our time, and they need to be treated very seriously, and at the same time, comedically as well. They need to be treated as entertainment in a form where, as I said yesterday, the emotions are motivated. Because we've got to persuade people that we're all equal human beings, that the person from Nigeria is as noble, as intelligent, and as willing to work as we are. Because this is a very fluid world. Climate change has forced huge numbers of the population to flee either north or south. I remember when I was doing Hotel Rwanda, I took a journey to the mountains of Virunga to see the gorillas. And on the way, I stopped in a village, and it had one little store where we went in to buy water. And when I went in there were a group of young men, teenagers till 20, and they were all gathered around the one TV in the village. And on that TV was a 50 Cent video. And that video was showing 50 Cent and a lot of hot models in Miami getting out of Rolls Royces onto yachts and sailing around Florida. And I looked at those people watching that who clearly had no work and nowhere to go and said, you want that and you're coming to where it is. And that, so in a way, that we are somewhat responsible for that. If you make this image of a wonderful place that's, that's milk and honey and so forth, why wouldn't people want to come there? We have to have a social responsibility about how these people are treated. I remember also at a conference in Havana, Cuba, where Fidel Castro came and addressed some Latin American writers. And he said, cultural imperialism is the atom bomb of the 21st century. And he was exactly right. And I'm telling you these things just that these are things to keep in mind for us as we write. Yesterday when I showed you the possibility of different stories, there's such a universe of possibility to write stories. I'm sure Armando Iannucci, he can do anything. So he could take an immigration subject or a climate subject and make it hilarious, and that challenge is out for us as well, because that's entertainment.
So I know we want to sort of look to the future a little bit more, but I suppose first of all I just wanted to ask you, there's always certainly at the moment, a lot of different difficulties facing writers. But you must have, remember times in the past where people felt the same way, that the industry was just extremely tough and not always very viable for somebody with talent to stay in it. Was there any, was there any time worse than this one? Is what I'm asking. There must have been, especially in Ireland.
I imagine, well, every writer thinks it's the worst thing in the world that, to try to get, or the hardest thing in the world to get their stories sold, particularly in independent features and so forth. I became successful in what was the heyday of, or the springboard for Irish filmmaking, when Jim Sheridan and Neil Jordan, they got going, and we had Neil's films and Jim's films, and suddenly Game of Thrones came to the north, and the country was booming, and I was involved in a few of those films. But then, the rest of my career was in the United States. And because of In the Name of the Father, as Myriad Esteem pointed out, I was automatically co-opted into the Writers Guild and had that protection going. But the advent of the internet was a scary time for people, because they perceived that, rightly so, that the streamers were coming in, and that cinema was, if not in its dying throes, certainly in big trouble. And that is definitely true. And that's something that collectively we have to try to fight for, to preserve cinema. And the way to do that is to actually go to cinema as often as you possibly can. But because if we lose that dark room, that experience, a collective experience of going in and seeing a work of art, a work of cinema projected in front of 200 people or whatever, we've lost something that is precious to the world. And it's happening because of streaming now. And the only way to keep cinema viable falls on us again, because the studios and the tech companies and the Marvels and DC could give a shit about cinema. They've made that perfectly plain. They let a few films into the cinema for 5 days a week or something like that, and then it has to go to streaming. It's independent film that can't find a distribution, or that adults are willing to go to see, that will keep cinema alive. There's a thing that happened to me in up north in my house. I came back, I think it was about 10 years ago now, in the middle of winter, and there was something wrong. I couldn't figure out what there was something missing. And for days on end, I was trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And then a really bad fog came in, and I realized what was wrong. The British government, in their genius, had decided that foghorns and lighthouses were no longer needed. And we had a lighthouse on the point, where through my childhood, the foghorn would boom out at night when there was a storm or when it got foggy or whatever. That sound is gone forever. And it was so evocative. If you think back to the films you've seen where the foghorn is used, it's so evocative, and yet with the slash of a pen and at the cost of a few $1,000s a year or whatever, or pounds at a lighthouse, they decided, let's do away with that. And that, I'm afraid, is what could happen to cinema if we don't fight actively for it. So that's another one of my rallying cries, to try to keep cinema alive. If you can be involved in a cinema society, write independent film if you can, and try to get it made.
And is there anything that the guilds can do on that question of falling cinema going? And what should be the priorities, do you think, for the guilds now?
I mean, it's kind of hard for them to. Well, I think that first of all, to echo what Lisa said, everyone should join a union. I think the guilds. What I hope is that the very powerful Writers Guild America West and Writers Guild America East will reciprocate with Europe and help them to build up their strength. And if possible, because the streamers troll the world now for cheap content, they're basically buying up independent film for pennies on the dollar and showing it then. I think it behoves the guilds to try to establish a similar pay scale for writers in Europe and writers around the world as we get in America, or at least, and some sort of reciprocal payment for that. Because basically both Amazon and Netflix have a big net out, and they'll let independent filmmakers and small local TV stations make something, and then they'll try to buy it for pennies on the dollar. And that's a thing that I think the American guilds should become involved in.
And do you think any of this is kind of cyclical, or are we really sort of just going in one direction?
Well, look, as I pointed out at the start, the evolution of technology is so fast that I can't say it's cyclical. Literally, when I started off in journalism, I was on a typewriter, and now we're battling the fact that I might not exist because of artificial intelligence or that. So, and that's within a span of 30 years. Think about it. When I was a kid up in the north, we had to go down the street to the corner to make a phone call, and people were lined up, to make a phone call. That's in my lifespan. And I think we're...
And now people don't talk on the phone.
People don't talk on the phone. You can look at a person, it won't be long before they put something in your ear. But so that evolution of technology, but what gives me reassurance is to go back to Oedipus and The Sopranos, because we have a core element of drama and tragedy and comedy that comes from our lives that can't be replicated. I firmly believe that.
And what are your own aspirations then for the future?
to get the next script made.
Yeah.
It's always that, and to. I said this yesterday. I find writing very hard because, as you all know, script writing is about condensation and distillation. You can't sit and type like you're writing a book. For me, I literally will change a sentence so that it doesn't bop round onto the next line. And I when I'm teaching, because it's that compression and that distillation and that summation of the action that we described that sells our work. And the better you are at that, it's Hemingway-esque. If you read Hemingway, my favorite line in cinema is, "I'll be back." When Arnold Schwarzenegger says that, you fucking know he'll be back. There's no question about it. And that's what I'm always looking for. And I like a lot of dialogue when it's fiery and when it's between people and when it's not exactly about the story itself or whatever. And In the Name of the Father, Emmett Thomas's speech at the dock, I wrote that and I'm very proud of it. And I like dialectic talk and strife in drama and strife in conversation and in the dialogue, but it's all about distilling and crystallization as well.
And you said you kind of prefer writing with other people, or you have in the past with Jim, with other collaborators. Are you writing with anyone else at the moment, or are you sort of you're on your own?
On TV you have the TV room, you have the writer's room, as you know, and that's a very collaborative exercise. But I've written a few things with a few other people, but I haven't found anybody as contentious and contradictory as Jim to bounce off. No.
And just to sort of look to the future more generally, what do you see as the kind of winnable battles at the moment for the guilds, for writers?
But look, both the East and the West in the strikes that they put forward are great at assessing the right moment to strike, and what to bargain for, and how to get the best out of their both their members, and how to extract the most of the studios and so forth. And they've been quite brilliant about that. But I'd like to see that needs to spread around the world as much as we can, because just as the streamers are farming out production to Prague and to wherever else they can to lower the budget, inevitably somebody's going to start farming stuff out around the world to the lowest common denominator. You know, it's like why, you know, cars are made in Mexico and cars are made in Korea and so forth. It's going to come to writing because they're always looking to maximize the profit. So, and I think all of us united, like the notion of worldwide guild forum that can fight together is definitely needed to battle where the streamers are going. And I would encourage everyone to think with that, and encourage the WGA West and East to help more and to be involved in curtailing the streamers from exploiting various markets abroad. I think that's a very important thing to do.
Okay, well, maybe we'll open it up to questions in a moment. Just before we do,
just one last thought about AI. One of the things that scares me about AI is the effect that CGI has had on film. And it's not that it isn't a wonderful thing for painting backgrounds and so forth, but there's barely a film now that I watch that uses CGI that I really believe anymore in a fundamental way. I mean, Gladiator 2 is coming out. People riding rhinoceroses and ships in the Colosseum, and it's all fantastic, but it's not Ben-Hur. You know, it's just not. With Ben-Hur, you know those horses and that chariots are flying around there with stuntmen in there. And I don't want to see stuntmen killed, but I want to see belief in film, you know? I want to believe the stories when I see it. And I think that that's to the detriment of cinema.
Well, it's funny, I think it was in connection with Gladiator that I saw some discussion around the idea that some of the design and the look of these films now is taking into account or presuming that a lot of people will view them on mobile screens rather than in the cinema, and that a lot of sort of detail and the craft of production design is being lost and sort of made more bland as a result. And as you mentioned subtitles earlier, another, I mean, I don't know how true this is. I'm sure people in this room have a better sense that a lot of people are automatically firing up the subtitles on everything that they watch, and that this has actually started to affect the type of dialogue that writers are being asked to put in. I suppose the sort of the bias is towards shorter lines, but I'm sure those pressures have always been there. But you know, is that something that would concern you?
Well, all of these technological evolution concerns me, but it concerns me more how we deal with it and how we get around it, and how we get back to Oedipus sleeping with his mother. You know, that's the drama of that. That's how we answer this stuff, with crazy great stories. And in actual fact, people watching something on a phone can kind of work in the favor of small independent budgets. You know, if you're in a room, like Stephen Knight's great movie where he had Tom Hardy in a car. Oh, yeah. You know, I forget the name of it now, but
Lock.
Yeah, Lock. That kind of invention, that works. But at the same time, you want in cinema, when you go to cinema, you want to see the panoply of things. You want the David Lean epic. But I don't want to see, you know, how many times can Tom Cruise grab onto the side of a fucking plane? You know? 500 ways to try to kill Tom Cruise. That should be a movie in itself. And fair play, he does some of his own stunts, and that's all great. But the rest of it, every time a car rolls over, you know that car isn't there. You know, it's just, I'm a great believer in realism, obviously. And so I know I'm preaching to the converted here. There's nobody showed up in their private jet here for this, and we all took the train or the bus or whatever. But we're the defenders of story. We're the defenders of drama. We're the defenders of comedy. And like as a final sentence, it should be writers of the world unite. That's my pitch today. And I have to say, before the questions, it's been such an honor to speak here twice, to meet everyone, to come back to Ireland to see a flourishing guild, to hear Dave and Jennifer and all the rest, and all of you on the panel. It's just joyous. And I think I told someone, because 40 years ago, I actually lived in Galway, and I was the manager of the Silver Dollar Casino in Salt Hill. It's still there. It's called Caesar's Palace now. So if you want someone, if you want inspiration, then here you are. I went from the Silver Dollar Casino to the stage of the Academy Awards with my daughter, and that's due to the Writers Guild and to writing, and thank God for it. Yeah. I don't know if it's a question thing. There's too much drinking to be done after this, isn't there? And Jennifer has to speak in. Look at this. My God, the costume change was fantastic. If only I'd have known, I'd have got my dress out. Thank you all. Thanks so much. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you for listening. To find out more about the Writers Guild of Ireland and the work that we do, visit script.ie.